Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Tāmaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Tāmaki Makaurau. Counting down. Punch it. Let me at him. Hey! Free air. Whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. They're actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket, and it's for ages 8 and up.
Whoa, Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Whānau, that guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Tahamaki, Makoto to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Tahamaki, Makoto. Counting down. Punch it. Let me at him. Hey! Free air. Whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket. And it's for ages 8 and up.
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Tahamaki, Makoto to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Tahamaki, Makoto. Counting down, punch it, let me at him. Hey! Free air, whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket, and it's for ages 8 and up.
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Tahamaki, Makoto to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Tahamaki, Makoto. Counting down, punch it, let me at him. Hey! Free air, whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. They're actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket. And it's for ages 8 and up.
Rocat. Experience precision.
Good evening and welcome everyone to the Biocode Lab CSGO Pro Season 2. Of course, I am Komodo, joining for the first time this season. It's good to be back. And alongside me, we have jimNeso today. Jim, how you doing, man?
Oh, not too bad. And unfortunately, the presence of myself has been here on LPL a few times, maybe more than you, but look, I'll let the viewers decide on that one. Either way, I'm thrilled to be here. We've got some cracking matches tonight.
Yeah, and indeed we do. Before we get into them, let's have a look exactly how things do work around here for the faces that may be new wherever you are watching this from. So that top one, we've gone through that one at the moment. We're into the middle of the pack at the moment where we'll get some more teams to progress on forward before we do get into playoffs. So some double eliminations, some teams that'll be progressing later on, some teams that'll get eliminated as well. And that's the touching point of today, Jim, isn't it?
It is, and we're on that verge of Stage 3, so for today's broadcast, at least there are some teams fighting for that lifeline, fighting to fight into that lower bracket, into Stage 3, so for them, it's do or die, and their fate lies on the other end of this best of 3.
And at the very end of it as well, we will be able to figure out who is going to take away some sweet hard cash, of course, with a grand total pool of 10,050 Australian dollars. The first place team will be taking away the majority share of that one with 6.5k, and then that will trickle on down.
Yeah, it's a big drop-off from first to second, so you really want to be making sure that you are at the very pointy end of that prize pool, because it does really peter off as go further down the rungs.
Yeah, I mentioned just a little bit ago as well that we're getting into the elimination stage. So why don't we go ahead and have a little look at where we are in the bracket at the moment. So the first opening round of our games were all played up there. Vertex, Nutty, Antic, and DGG getting the victories there. Some of them, those 2-0s, they were pretty clean. They were pretty convincing. But that 2-1 there, Jim, that wasn't as convincing.
Yeah, look, it's no surprise that you have some teams that really feel the pressure at this sort of stage of the competition. Going into, that qualification for Stage 3 is a big deal. And I guess, if you are Antic, you're one of these teams that let a map slip that they were very much in control of. But at this end of the competition, a lot of teams are very evenly matched. So I'm expecting a lot more close scorelines.
No, so am I, most definitely. And when it comes to these elimination matches as well, you need to be giving it your all because it is elimination stage right now. These are the matches that we will be seeing today. We start off with Camo and Team Yellow, and then after that one, Elemental and Vodafone Warriors. So I've got my kind of predictions and my teams that I think are going to make it through to that next stage, but I don't know if any of these teams are going to be able to go completely through a lower bracket run here because we've still got some fierce competition that are in that upper stage.
It's always difficult for teams to make it through a lower bracket run, particularly at this stage of the competition, and then maybe go on to win it. It really would be a fairy tale run for one of these teams to do it. But regardless, if they want to stay in that competition and at least have some bite of that prize pool at the end of it, they've got to win these matches.
No, absolutely. Let's have a look at who's going to be in the servers today, who we are going to get in amongst on these squads. Of course, you know, before we get into that, let's touch upon it, right? We've seen a couple of roster changes already through the course of this season. We've seen a lot of shuffles happening with all the other teams around our region as well. So it kind of does bring in, you know, who we are actually going to be seeing in toward these rosters. So let's throw up our first team in camo. And immediately, I mean, the thing that comes to me is the boys from the Ballers, A-Ballers. They're in this roster now.
Absolutely. I think that definitely strengthens this roster. You know, in previous seasons, we've seen players that have graced this roster like Complex. You had Archie last season. Obviously coming in for them, Kobe and Bogeyman. And even as far as, you know, Camo is concerned, one of their big hitters, the heavy hitters, Nickers, wasn't on that roster for the earlier parts of, the middle parts of this year, because he was playing on another roster, another, I guess, super roster, you would put it.
Yeah.
But he's come back to Camo, and he's in good form. He's always in good form. It's hard to ever write Nickers off, but he really is the barometer of this team and how well they can go.
Yeah.
I think these roster additions as well only strengthen Camo's position.
That was the Aftershock roster, if I'm not
Correct.
mistaken, as well. That roster had a lot of potential, but unfortunately went some different ways. Their competition, though, for today is going to be Team Yellow. Go ahead and look at who's on this roster, and it's actually not Yellow anymore. We've had some rumblings with this roster at the moment, but we've got Cheeseball, Cookie, and Sunshine staying on. We've got Jerry to come on in, which is a bit of a new name for myself, but we've got Viridian coming into this roster at the moment as well, which makes things spicy.
Absolutely. Viridian's in some fantastic form as well, you know, regularly playing for Rooster. But as far as Yellow's concerned, he's come in, he's heard the cry that these guys need some help. I was always interested as to what was going to happen with Yellow having so many, I guess, chefs in the kitchen here. You know, you had Cheeseball, you had, obviously, you had Fiend as well. Yeah. And then you had Yellow, all players that had played that IGL role, and that was their strength. It was always a question of where the firepower is coming from. These guys now have a bit more firepower.
Well, Firepower Gym was the topic and the choice for the first head-to-head brought to you by BioCode.Lab here, and I'm interested to see who you picked.
Well, it's no surprise to go with Nickers for Camo. As I said, he's been a fantastic player for them. His stats here are criminally underrating him, in fairness. At least his potential anyway, at least what we've seen in previous iterations. Now, this is obviously only the last sort of 3 months as well, so he has been on a little bit of a hiatus, but you know, obviously Sunshine's in for Team Yellow. He really was their shining light. He was you know, the player that, I guess, put the fragging duties on his own back and was performing quite well for them. Unfortunately, the team's just not necessarily reaching that potential that they really wanted. We've seen him come into the scene and really sort of shake things up, but unfortunately, you know, it's just a case of momentum and the rest of the team not necessarily being there to support his fragging style.
Well, speaking about a shake-up, you guys have heard me say a word a couple of times so far in this broadcast, and that is BioLab. If you guys want to get 20% off the BioCode Lab products, make sure you do use code LPL20. If you want to see where to go, !BioCode in the chat. Not to be confused with BioCode Lab in the chat. That one got me a little bit ago. BioCode in the chat to get 20% off using LPL20. But Jim, now, it's time to get into the crux of things in this series. The maps. Where are we going to be going in this first series? To the middle of the pool, to the outskirts of the pool. We've seen a couple of teams look to go towards your Vertigos and your Nukes time and time again. But actually here, that third and final one is going to be Overpass. That was the main one that was interesting me because it was pretty obvious which maps these guys were going to pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think any of these teams, unfortunately, had a pocket pick in them. And as far as, you know, we're concerned, I think that pocket pick was probably Overpass being the remaining map that they were actually able to float that. But yeah, straight to the middle of the map pool for the first two. Obviously not surprised to see Dust 2 and Inferno coming out. I think it actually plays to a lot of the strengths of the individuals on this map. It doesn't necessarily rely too much maybe on some of the team mechanics that you know, some of the other maps do. But you know, as far as the individuals are concerned, any one of them can take, you know, this match by the scruff of the neck and really turn it on its head. So Dust 2 always offers up that potential. Inferno also offers up that potential as well. But, you know, Overpass, if we get there, and I actually think we might, it is going to be the map that very much differs from the other two, right? Like, you need a good, solid team dynamic. You can play loose. You can play a slower or a faster style, depending on, you know, what your preference is. But it does require good team fundamentals, whereas the other maps really can be weighed in on by individuals.
And speaking about individuals, I'm actually very interested to see on Dust 2 how much impact Viridian is going to have Eddie on that AWP if he's going to pick it up. I mean, I was looking at a couple of other local competitions around, and he was taking the AWP over the likes of, really big names like Alistair, for example, when he was feeling it. So it's very interesting to see what these sort of pug teams can have in style when you get some mix and matches of players, which I kind of feel like Yellow is at the moment, more on towards the pug style of things. So very going to be interested to see what he's going to be able to do on that AWP. So I don't know really where I put my finger, though, overall on who's going to be able to take this series, whether it's going to be Yellow, whether it's going to be Camo. I do agree with you that I think it is going to go to that third map. Yeah, again, maybe I just lean a little bit more to the side of Camo.
I would agree with you in the sense that, like, if you look at these names on paper, and as far as like the fragging potential is concerned, obviously we know both the new additions for Camo, Bogeyman, and Kobe have been very, very solid. Kobe's probably one of the best side anchors, that I've seen coming through the ranks in quite some time. So I think, obviously seeing him in that 8-ballers roster, he really was comfortable. If he's allowed to have that same level of comfort that he had in this, as he did in 8-ballers, as he will in this Camo roster, he can really, hold things down. And having a player that is so solid in your side anchor really frees you up on that CT side, but more importantly as well on that T side, whether or not he's going to slot into any support role. So I think it's safe to say, look at the core of these 3 rosters. Those guys will probably stick together, and then probably let the new additions, either work things out between the two of themselves, or maybe even try and integrate them. If they integrate them, it's not always that easy. So it's just a question of what they can get done in this short amount of time they've had together.
No, absolutely agree with you. But whilst we do wait for a couple of players to join into the server, folks, we're going to go over to a short little break. Hopefully it isn't too long. Make sure you guys do stay tuned, and we'll get ready with the action just after the break. And welcome back, guys. Thank you very much for being patient with us just while we did wait for a couple of players to get into the server. Dust 2 from memory. It's just a short while ago. For those who have just joined us, that is going to be the map that we are going to be starting off on. And for you guys out there as well, the Rocat Elo 7.1 Air Surround Sound RGB gaming headset is the next generation headset of today. Make sure you guys check it out. It is available now. And speaking of now, Jim, Dust 2. This is where we do start.
This is where we do start. This is where things will, I guess, be a really good indication of how these rosters have prepared within the short amount of time that they've been able to get players into the mix here. I doubt there's a lot of preparation from some of these teams, but this is where we will see whether or not they've been able to get things down. Dust 2 is always a very, very up and down map, and as I said, watch for the individuals.
Oh, straight in towards the B side at the moment. The individual of Cyanide is going to be removing Sunshine's head. PTG here to assist in the mix, and it's just a bunkering down at the B side for Camo right now. A couple of shots start to come through from Team Yellow, but really, you're at a 2 versus 3. Can you be able to bring this one back? 22 HP for Viridian, 16 for Nickez, and it just almost feels like it's impossible from here, doesn't it? Nickez taken down. For Cheeseball, it's a 1 versus 3. Can get a couple of navigated 1v1s. It'll be good for him, but a bunch of these block shots missing, and Bogeyman's going to find him somehow. Camo take the pistol.
That was absolutely dirty. Absolutely dirty for these, I guess, opening exchanges, but really good sight hold from Camo there, actually. You can get overwhelmed quite quickly with the even the USPs, but managed to bunker down quite well, and it just allowed time for the rotation to come through. So they've not messed around here either. They've gone pretty serious with their buy.
Yeah, a couple of M4s, Scout, MP9s as well. Kobe down the guts of mid. This is a very interesting round, of course, without the bomb plant in the previous from Team Yellow. No force up into this one for them, who are pretty patient, to be honest with you, in this round.
Definitely agree with you. What, though, is going to separate the wheat from the chaff here? You've got both these two teams just posturing around mid, but Camo's gaining position here. Now Bogey's push has been spotted out. You can see Yellow, they do have some eyes on this, so...
Yeah. Lava flashbang at the moment from Kobe at the bottom of the short location, but no flash, and this is not how you want this round to go. Cyanide's even going to potentially be caught out by the Glock MP9 at distance. Looks a little bit awkward even. So do these shots. A bit of a recovery, though, from Nick as up on short for 3 before being taken down. These pistols, they've got some weight to them. They're just Glocks. And this is a round that could be doable for them. Hold on, what?
A Glock just did that. Okay. This is a really expensive round for Camo. And if it wasn't for those 3 kills from Nickez, this could have been done and dusted. So Cyanide's good to potentially catch out Viridian, but I don't know, Cyanide's only 1 punch away himself.
Viridian did pick up the M4 here. Has to go for a reload. The flames preempted with the smoke. A single bullet on the Cyanide from this M4 can do the job. And there's going to be a plan here from Viridian as well.
Yeah, he's got that rifle in hand, so nice safe plant for the moment. If he can skip away to long, that's probably where his eyes are at the moment. Just use the power of that rifle, but without that armor, any bullet that lands from that MP9 could be troublesome.
And the incendiary in toward the side as well. Viridian knows exactly where Cyanide's coming from. That is a very strange round to be witnessing, but it wouldn't be OCS without the Glocks working in the second, would it?
Yeah, Kobe got overwhelmed entirely in mid there, and that's sort of where things really started to fall to pieces. Great play from Yellow with that flash into mid, though. That was perfect. They just waited out the aggression. They were able to then, put in place their countermeasures, and that's Camo now really on the back foot. They are going to get aggressive here. Kobe might be able to catch someone out, but this aggression from the pistols. Is it going to work?
That's a nice shot from PDG. I don't think it makes up for the Glock at halfway across the map in mid from a previous couple, but exactly right. It is a start. And look, these pistols, they can certainly get the job done from Camo, as we've just seen from Yellow.
Yeah, even now, they've actually opted not to take control of Upper Dark. Sunshine's on his own with an AK. Doesn't want to give that away. But just allowing the AKs from mid to try and clear that out. Jerry doing a good job finding one in Lower Dark. But Kobe doesn't even have a chance to react.
3 rounds in a row, Team Yellow has gone toward the stretches of mid quite passively as well. So I get a feeling that the slow-paced T-side is something they're going to be favoring. as they do look to come in towards the B site. There's going to be a lot for Bogeyman to do with this Deagle at the moment. There's the first one on towards Jerry. Not going to be able to retrieve the AK at the moment, but more shots to come on through on a Sunshines. Does open up an opportunity for the rest of his teammates to potentially get on this retake.
Yeah, there's an M4 in play now too, so this is doable for Camo. They are at least within striking distance of the site. They're both going to regroup in upper dark, so who's going to play second fiddle to who? Nikes with that P250.
No kit, so they do have to get in relatively soon. The timing for Viridian, it could be paramount to success here. They do overlook him. He peeks out his head, and now it is just down to Nikes picking up that M4 as well, but with no armor behind himself. He's going to fall to any aim punch at the moment. Maybe not if he's going to get sharp shots out like this, but as I mentioned, there's no kit. The round is done. It's just about taking Viridian with the round and making the next one look a little bit better for the buy of Camo.
Yeah, Nikes going to try and hot tail it out of there too. That's a good job. Made it expensive for them. They take an M4 into the next round, but that was close. And if it wasn't for Viridian, just anchored in the back of that B site, things could have got real ugly because CTs, once they're through that upper dark channel and into the site, it gets really difficult for two players that are in the site to hold from that position. So, Yellow, they get through, but we are now seeing, again, a really weird buy coming out from Camo.
Yeah. Not a fan of these party mix purchases, to be completely honest with you. But if Cyanide can open something from pushing mid doors, it would be beautiful, wouldn't it? Only good for one before being traded out.
Good spacing from Yellow to not allow him to get away. So this only actually makes the job more difficult now for Camo because they have more map to cover, and one of the rifles has been taken out of play too. So it's just that Scout, M4, and two pistols now. Maybe even the eyes start to turn toward lower dark to regain that M4. That would be handy for one of these pistol players, particularly, you know, if it was in the hands of Bogeyman.
This is ambition from Nikes at the moment. Might be able to find Jerry by himself, and he will. It's not going to be spotting the bomb, which is currently still in tunnels, but this is the T side of Dust 2, remember, and without any real utility left for Team Yellow, this is where things will look a bit awkward.
Yeah, bomb's still in lower dark too, and it's still got to make the cross. But if Cheeseball can just open up something here in his A-bomb site, you're going to find the CT rotation come through, but it's not to be the case. So all their eggs are back in the B basket. I wonder if Kobe will duck into lowers to try and pick up that M4 on the way through.
Well, Bogeyman does need some assistance at the moment. Just one with this D would be absolutely awesome for him. Rely on his teammates to get it, but they're already at the B doors. And the funneling does start to focus in. Sunshine's good for one before being traded out. And now just to Viridian, but he has his head removed. I talk about not really liking the party mix purchases, but sometimes, I mean, we saw what? The Glock round already work out for Team Yellow. Now this one with the Deagle gets it done as well. I don't know what I'm really in for, to be honest.
Yeah, without a smoke for that doors too. All they did was open themselves up to every crossfire under the sun. So punish there, Yellow, for not having utility at the end of the round and taking far too many losses. Hello, Cookie.
Oh, now PDG gets a return as well with the Scout. He's done a little bit better because it's through a wall. I do feel it was the Hail Mary purchase to come through with the AWP in this round. The glass cannon, again, you know, it's back and forward with these purchases. No one really having a sustainable purchase just yet.
Oh, needs to be careful not to throw his life away either. Playing with fire on that double doors in the AWP. Pretty default play from both these two teams, but just trying to overwhelm and take control of mid double doors here, Yellow, but they have control of short momentarily. But Nikes on that line though, so...
Oh, that's a good spray down. He's even going to be able to fall away. HE grenade can finish off Viridian. Trying to charge in front of it. We'll tap him out with the Tech 9. That's a little bit disgusting if I do say so myself. But really, where do things start to pivot here? No big HP. You have to rely on Cheeseball to get something done. A missed shot from the AWP. And you know with that bomb plant down that the Camo members are going to start to encroach upon this short location. Cheeseball can't get out of this one. Or maybe he can. Look for a shot. It's not going to work out. Viridian City with just this Tech 9. He's going to welcome them with open arms in towards this site. Great shots. He's looking for a 4K in this round. But will he be finding it? It's he got towards Bogeyman and he gets it done. What has just happened? What are we witnessing? A Scout and a AWP with pistols.
Yeah.
Oh, my word.
Just drop the rifles at this point, right? Like, the pistols are the ones doing all the damage here. As soon as Bogeyman gets dinked through this box, it's over. He knows he's about to be put to sleep. So
yeah,
this is this is just that brawling Counter-Strike that we expect from these two teams, right? Like, they haven't actually had a lot to bed down in terms of strategy. It's just down to individuals and how they play each round as it plays out. Again, another buy coming through from Camo and another Scout double doors headshot.
Oh, but they're going to push straight on towards PDG to get the change up. I do like that this is a bit of a faster round to come through from Yellow. They have been caught out with no utility time and time again. Now stretching 2 Molotovs over towards short A. It's going to start to peel over towards this B site, overlooking Bogeyman's position, though, and Viridian this time loses his life in that engagement. But a 2 versus 3, you got very low HP on 2 of these Team Yellow members.
Yep. You already got a player in this B site, so he'll be calling for the rotation to come through. Now, Niquez is going to have to watch here because Upper Dark is being watched from afar, almost T-spawn, basically. Now, Cookie's got that orb, so...
Yeah.
That's a danger sign.
Bit of a strange one. I don't think you'd really be expecting him to be playing in backyard like this, but they're reading it. You smoke on the cross, doesn't take the shot. Now the 2 low HP players are on the site. Nickaz can piece together this round. There's the first one. You just got to find Cheeseball on the side itself. A stretch on out towards the big box, and that is Cheeseball falling. Now just on towards Cookie, spotted. The defuse comes out. I don't think there's a way for Cookie to get back into this. It's Camo's round.
No, not as soon as he got blinded by that flash either. So Nickez is even hunting for this kill. He's just trying. Cookie, though, far too slippery. As it was, that's a round win, and Kobe only takes away a Mac 10. So the CT economy is still not great.
Yeah.
But this is just playing out. Both these two teams are just exchanging these really, really sloppy rounds, these breakdown rounds. I don't know. It's just so much broken play here. It really is determined what happens in the early round because there's no guided strategy here. It's just, you know, 5 different directions being taken out of spawn and 5 different duels.
Yeah, well, at least Camo are grouping together over at the A side at the moment. Going to get back some short position. Meanwhile, Team Yellow are going to be getting location over towards Long with that AWP that was posted on the line. Scout getting a little bit of damage. PDG, if you can find a frag, it would be beautiful for him, but
Scout
it's just damage at this point. Yeah.
This is starting to look a little wild for me. Some Scout v Scout, I don't know.
Scout's knives. That's a misspoke at the top of the wall. Someone needs to go back to the drawing board on that one.
Nice big long hit coming through from Yellow, the Bogeyman. Oh, that's a little awkward from Sunshines, but he gets the job done. Now Kobe's been smoked out from Gandalf, so he's got to watch his back here. He knows his presence in mid. If he can hold this position, fantastic. But I mean, Sunshine's all he needs to do is keep the pressure on.
Yeah, he really needs to win that duel playing in from Wizard, doesn't he? Make sure that the bomb plant doesn't go down as well, but Sunshine's rather is just playing with him at this moment. Now just down to Cyanide and Nickaz, who are split. Do you just start to consider a retake? Maybe the save as well, but with that first frag going Nickaz's way, he'd be hungry for it. 1 versus 4, almost 1 versus 5 at that point with finding the first frag would be something miraculous, but it's just a little bit too far forward. Cookie's got that AWP and pit. Yeah. No real util to get in as well. It's just wiser for the save call here.
Yeah, just by taking these duels at Nickaz, all they're doing is feeding him a little bit more money. They don't really have the HP to do so either. Their own economy is pretty shoddy. So, yeah, both of these two teams really need to be saving in this round, and they eventually opt to. But again, just how weird is some of this play? It's broken. I actually don't mind it from Yellow though. At least they're committing. At least they're like not hesitating and the timer running down, and not leaving themselves with enough time to hit these sites. A lot of teams in these sort of situations, particularly on these sloppy rounds, that's where they find themselves without time at the end of the round. So the mid to late round is still quite decisive from Yellow, but I don't know. It seems as though these camo half buys and saves are making things really interesting and difficult to counter.
Well, Cookie opening onto PDG is going to be a quick little frag. Count the numbers over towards Long, and you want to play distance. Don't give these pistols an opportunity.
Oh,
not a bad turnout.
No, that's not too bad either. So I've liked the spacing from Yellow. They're actually grouping up quite well on this T side. So making sure that if they do get taken down, there's a trade potential always.
So this round is a little bit interesting to me because the protocols from Team Yellow look like they've just completely flipped out, right? A bit of long peak aggression for the very start based off spawn, and then you're splitting into a good little mid to B execute with a flash in toward the fence, a deeper smoke in mid to get off the mid to B cross as well. So it feels like Team Yellow, they do have enough to be able to find some stuff on this map, specifically on the T side, which can always go a really long way.
Yeah. Adding Viridian to this roster too, he's the player that actually has quite a lot of utility knowledge. So he's the kind of player that like you can ask to throw down a smoke midway through the round and he'll be able to get that done. And that actually makes things nice and easy for that, the core 3 of Yellow to roll on through.
He won't buy a HE grenade though, as we've found out recently.
No word of a lie. I've never seen anyone obsess over that as much as Mac. Like that was just like a weird level of obsession about utility.
Oh, hang on a second. Look what he's holding.
Right?
That's a HE.
It's got to be map dependent.
Probably. Maybe even team dependent, to be honest with you, because he's not picking up the AWP, so he feels like the HE grenade is a little bit more worth its weight. Specifically against pistols potentially here. But I guess that's some decent damage from Camo. Viridian taken out. Jerry taken out. You take 2.
It was sneaky. It was sneaky. But I don't know. The T economy's recovered quite well. I mean, what it felt like 3 rounds ago, they were all having to just save successful bomb plants and in succession have allowed them to get that money back up. Camo, though, they're really struggling. If they don't put this round on the board, again, we're just going to see another weird buy. As it is, just scouts seemingly making their way in instead of AWPs. And you get worked out pretty quickly with a scout, unfortunately. Just doesn't have that cut through the AWP does, but bit of pressure now being put onto this B bomb site. Everybody's lining up. Late lurk as well coming through from Viridian. And he's just showing presence towards long doors.
That's timing. Bogeyman getting off the line, but he's going to try and afford himself an opportunity to fight. Good Molotov placement on toward his position as well, but it's PDG with this scout, and Nick has 2 assists. Did want to note that Viridian did take a HE grenade to the face over at Bedroom, which is why he was already softened up. So you got to dig yourselves out of a hole from this round, Team Yellow. Cheeseball and Cookie to see what they're going to be able to navigate for around this site. Even see a world in which Cookie pushes in towards mid to B, but Nick is on the flank through the tunnels, and Cheeseball, whilst good for 2, is not good for all 4. And around we'll go back to Camo.
Did well to get 2 there, and that actually makes things difficult for the CT economy in this round. Bogeyman already having to go down to an MP9. So the other 2 players have got to make their mind up as to what they actually buy. No surprise to see the scout come out again.
Yeah. PDG's been doing some absolute damage with it.
I mean, whilst you could criticize it, you can't fault it.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be long control for Camo. No challenge from Cookie's AWP this time over towards here, as that's poised over to mid, which does end up finishing PDG. That's a good hold from Cyanide at the moment. 3 kills, Kobe 2 assists. This round is all but done and dusted just from that.
Yeah, this is a swing round too for the T side. Look at that. Their economy goes from, relatively strong to somewhere in the middle, to be honest. No, it's not a hard swing round, actually, to be fair. Like, I did see that Cookie only had $4,000 very late, but, like, everybody else, him and Sunshines are probably going to be just providing the team with some weapons. Bit of a hero buy, actually, from these 2. It's not a bad way to get the economy back in check. Oh, man, this is just making the earlier exchanges in the round just very unpredictable.
Makes it just for some weird Dust 2 CS as well, because you're either losing, one of your Ts that you need to gain for entries, or a CT, which you got to float around and cover a gap that's almost, non-existent to be able to hold on Dust 2. So focusing in over towards mid, and it's just a cleanup. Cookie, see what he can do with the AK-47 now, which is going to be good for at least 1 with some extra info. Some damage here would be pretty good.
Just needs 1 more. I mean, he's already taken an AWP out of play. Good round for Cyanide,
that would have been a good one. Yeah.
It's actually quite a few good rounds from him in a row. Picking up the 4K in the last and 3K in the previous. So he's looked pretty solid.
Yeah, all tied up at the moment. Cookie going for this mid challenge yet again. Going to be expecting PDG to go for the fight. Meanwhile, Viridian does have the long spawn to see what he can do. Count a bit of utility, and he might be able to figure out that there's some numbers over towards the A side of things, but Cookie's patience is rewarded. PDG down. So that's what I talk about. These CTs early are just losing a player to try and cover a bunch of these angles.
Yeah. You can even see that, like, now they're getting that boost going in City Spawn as they just rotate a player back towards A to make things work. Now, Nikes is like 17 and 6, so he's just been quietly plying his trade. It hasn't been flashy, but it's just been, as we would expect, very consistent.
Yep. Might have to pull through in this round, however. A minute to go. Still lots of utility for Team Yellow. Starting to path out through short. You'd eventually feel like they'd have a little late lurk through bedroom as well. But maybe they put all their eggs in this short basket because you still got Cyanide in the pit.
This could get really, really awkward for this this AWPer.
Oh, that's actually mid to B opened up. Courtesy of Sunshine's on towards Bogeyman. Nikes does have a lot to do here in towards mid. A good kiss on towards Viridian. He has to scurry in towards this B site to progress his team's chances of trying to find this round. That smoke is going to help him out, but it doesn't really in the end. And now the remaining two players of Camo are over at that A site, so the plant's going to go down in a safe spot. Cookie spots out Kobe, and Cyanide, his prize in this round, unfortunately, just has to be that AWP.
Yeah, that's about all he's going to be able to take. So Nikes has got some decent money. Might have to be a bit of a bank, though. Looking to try and drop 2 players out of this round. That AWP is going to certainly help things. But, it's, again, these two teams are just very, very... it varies on round to round. Yeah,
they're evenly matched with the strange purchases that, you know, I really do wonder if it didn't go, you know, one team's way early on, would we actually have a team very far forward here?
Yeah, it's just been some of those like weird buys that have defined this match so far. Again, are we going to see the weird buy strung out? The problem here is, right, like, if you're Yellow, you don't know what to expect from your opposition's money. They've actually put together a really good buy here.
Well, that's some information.
Yeah, for MP9.
Yeah, at least information from Cookie's AWP that there's across towards the B site, right? Now that they've pushed them off the line over a long. Team Yellow don't necessarily need to keep aggressive.
Yeah, what they want to try and do is just push the CTs back into the A-bomb site. Problem is, no other presence really elsewhere on the map, so it doesn't really feel like their eggs are all in that one basket. That's a good pick, though. That actually opens up the middle of the map a little bit more. And now Yellow can actually release their grip on long and try and get elsewhere. No push into upper dark, though, from Camo.
That's exactly what I was waiting for at the moment. Toying with the idea, Bogeyman with an MP9 could be pushing into tunnels to try and find at least some information for Camo to get something back in the round. Now that you've lost PDG, I almost feel like somebody has to do something a little bit ambitious, but it doesn't matter if Cookie's just no-scoping in the rounds. Cyanide and Bogeyman completely split across the map, and it almost just feels like here is the grave being dug, at least in this half.
Yeah. That's great from Cookie. He picks up one in mid double doors and also picks up the player at short. So, single-handedly, you know, Yellow are running this around the world strategy in the background, but they're just reacting on the back of these kills.
We'll see what Cyanide's going to be able to do. They would have loved to finish off the first frag. Down a 9 for Cheeseball and Jerry. It's a little bit hard done by in that situation. Now with Viridian spotting out Bogeyman, who actually just lose the duel. I'd like to see Bogeyman go for a little bit of damage, not going to lie, but Cookie already on the line is going to be finding that one. And the money, Jim, looking into the last round of this half, is pretty atrocious for Camo.
In the bin, but that doesn't mean they're not going to buy it.
No, exactly.
I'm expecting the...
Oh, that is a nice shot.
Yeah, I'm expecting... Here we go. MP... Okay, Famous. I don't know, MP9's on dust too. I'd rather a Deeg, to be honest.
Oh, PDG with this scout, though, is certainly putting in the damage. I'd love to see what ADR this man does have with just that gun.
Scout damage per round. Wonder if that's like a stat that you can individually just isolate. Cheeseball's very cognizant of this push potential. Now, Camo are actually getting back to their old pushing ways as well, so wonder if he's going to catch Yellow off guard. They look like they're ready for this.
Yeah, again, it's just by himself, though. You'd love a flash in this situation to be able to just pick a couple of T's apart. Only one is, you know, arguably not enough, but with Bogeyman actually pushing tunnels this time, it does lean into the favor of Camo in terms of numbers. Even one could argue weaponry with how low Cookie has been taken down, so it's going to be interesting to see what Yellow do progress up long with.
Got no choice but to go long. We've got no territory elsewhere. The smoke for the cross. Now, all this damage being done on the cross. Nikes should have a nice mop up here.
Yeah, this round probably is Camo's to take away right now. Nikes to finish off that one. Viridian not going to be expecting PDG, who with the scout has gotten extra damage in this round already. Cookie has to be the safeguard from the pit. And now he's the only one in this round for Team Yellow. Misses the first shot. PDG going to be on the line, and he's going to finish him off with the scout. So that's, you know, 4 connected scout shots from PDG in the rounds to keep Camo here. 7 to 8 is... yeah, it's as close as you can get.
Yeah, it's a lot of ADR.
Yeah, well... I just want to know that stat. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a pretty crazy ADR. 8-7 the score. So, again... as we said, these two teams, we were expecting a pretty even match, pretty close scorelines at this stage of the competition, and it's exactly what Map 1's delivered. So, yeah, look, you can say that it was, you know, this map pick from Team Yellow, but to be honest, it doesn't look like it's strong one way or the other.
Well, we're going to be switching up sides, so I'm eager to see what Camo's T side does look like with strategies, because I did favor Team Yellow's B execute that we saw towards the tail end of the half.
Double flash utility, though, on Yellow. Obviously backing that retake with the single kit. Now, Viridian actually purchased a HE.
Yeah, I think you might be right with the whole role-based situation because he's not playing AWP. But we're going to have the grouping outside the B site right now. Sunshine's flashed off the line, and he's just dead to rights, isn't he? Big aggression from Cheeseball to see what he's going to be able to do. And he really needs to find a couple of frags. With the bomb plant going down into the B site, you just throw caution to the wind. You go in for the retake if you are Team Yellow. Find them when everyone's scurrying around to try and get a couple of shots out with this Glock. And I see from radar that Nikes isn't even near the B side at the moment, so a real big chance for Team Yellow to get these frags happening. They've spotted Bogeyman on the back of the side at the moment, who's taken down, and now they will hear Nikes' feet stamping up towards the window position. The shots, though, this P254 bullets, he can't afford a reload. The kit is found into the site, and it's Jerry to find the headshot, so the retake is good from Yellow, and we're not going to see a tied scoreline just yet.
No, that was high pressure for Yellow in that situation. Now, Nikes, as you're right, like he was so far away from the action. Had he just been a little bit closer, his lurk would have been a little bit more effective. But that's how fast and decisive Yellow were on that retake. They didn't hesitate whatsoever. It actually is what nets them the power of position and that round. But this is that kind of game where we play who won the pistol. Look at the buy coming out from Camo.
Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it? When you get everybody going up with these AKs and you got the armor. You don't have any util though, which is something that's always hurted me. I kind of like the raid boss strategy in these sort of rounds, right? Where you got 2 people dropping AKs to support the people with utility. I think it's Rooster that actually do go in with a strategy like that in a couple of these rounds, but we'll see how Camo do play around it.
Not a bad strategy, to be honest. But I mean, you could argue that Dust 2 is maybe one of those maps where utility can sometimes hinder you in closing some gaps that allow like the MP9 to be really effective. Like, for example, long cross. You never really want to smoke long cross on an anti-eco because it's just something that you've got to watch, something that can get pop flash through, and something that can be used to close the gap by an MP9 or a pistol. So, well, Cookie's under pressure here. Oh, this is not looking good for Camo. Taking so much damage on entry here.
Big shot, though, from Nikes on towards Jerry. It's going to open things up at that ace site, and they just need to make sure they plant in a protective spot. It's going to be over towards short. If Sunshines can win this duel against Kobe, it might make things a little bit more awkward for Camo on the retake. Or the hold, rather.
Yeah, Bogeyman's got no head armor here, but also low HP, so he's
He
taking a big
spotted him
risk.
out. That's a good shot from Sunshines, however, and now it does fall just down towards Nikes, spotted out by Cheeseball out the ramp. That's information, that's distraction that he's trying to afford his teammates to progress up through towards short, get on towards that bomb. The kit from Viridian City is going to be utilized for the defuse, and double digits is going to be achieved from Yellow.
Yeah, patience from Cheeseball there. Just playing the the mosquito role, just buzzing around at long, just distracting, chewing up time, and pounces when the cavalry arrives through the A-bomb site. So, Yellow's starting to pull away here, starting to streak ahead. Now, Camo look like they are going to force the issue here with the Hero AK buy. There's Deagles coming through as well, so just not quite out of the woods, are they, Team Yellow?
No. Can't help but feel as well with something that Ben the Legend did mention the other day. Just take the L in the second round, because then you get your guns up in the third. You know, you're not going for these weird buys in the beginning and then you're falling 4, maybe even 5 rounds behind before you get your real first purchase. But in this situation, these are the ones that make you eat your words, right? If it does go Camo's way, which it did for the first pick, but the trade was there.
It's always a risk, right? Like, whether or not the risk is calculated well or not, it's always another question, but there's actually some damage being done here, and Cheeseball's out of bullets, so Smolotov actually could be troublesome, but if it's not for his teammate, he would have been overwhelmed.
Yeah, he's not going to be overwhelmed too hard, though. Cookie is here to be able to assist, and whilst the plant does go down for Kobe, that's going to be all she wrote. Extra money with that purchase that goes in from Camo. Look, it's going to provide something in the next round with the loss bonus as well, so they will have, you know, all the rifles that they do want, at least. And I'd probably expect an AWP.
Yeah, they just, because they've been just trying to force the issue so much, the only option they got for an AWP here was a glass cannon. But just going to go with the rifles at the moment. Let's just see what the focus is from Camo. Heavy presence towards upper dark. Might be just a cancel on that B rush.
Yeah, well, the Molotov is certainly going to not help their chances of going in for a rush. Unless you just want to, you know, throw a smoke down, waste all your util, waste your purchase in the round. Viridian pushing in through tunnels is not going to be able to escape, however, not expecting Bogeyman to be there. But the molly from Grave is going to chip away a bit of extra damage, put these A1Ss into a realm of finishing him off quite quickly.
Well, they've got number advantage at the moment. That's a question as to whether or not they can... I mean, I'd say number advantage is in 4v4, I feel always actually advantages the T side. Because you have to make concessions in the defense somewhere. And look at this fake being sold at short by Nikez. Just allow this defense at B to be tested.
Yeah, corners definitely have to be cutting this round for Team Yellow now. With Sunshine burning in the back of the site, but he's done well to at least find one. Down to 10 HP as Kobe and Nick has heard in towards mid.
Ooh.
Don't know how Cheeseball's missing that frag. It should have been free. And this is where things do start to maybe go a little bit pear-shaped for Team Yellow as Nickez does turn to a venture up through short. He's going to be in for a little bit of a flank later on in this round. And an AWP retake for Cookie onto the B side is never going to be a fun thing. With him being taken down, it's just on towards Jerry. There's the first one in this 1 versus 3. The bomb ticked away halfway with no smoke as well. He's got to get a wriggle on in towards the site. Bogeyman overlooked at the car position, and that'll do him in.
Yeah, that's enough to get the job done. So Camo actually wrestle a few back. CT Economy don't really have the options here, so they've got to take an eco. I mean, their opposition in this scenario were buying scouts, but Hero from Cheeseball. This is Pied Piper strategy. You've got some money coming through for everybody in terms of pistols, but like, I don't know, an AWP buy out of sync.
Yeah.
Let's just see whether or not this actually punishes Camo, because they don't look like they've been taking some super risky picks. I know maybe more of a chance around mid double doors, but
well, PDG with the Scout and the Deagles has been pretty disastrous in the server right now towards Team Yellow. But that AWP from Cheeseball does rear its head over out this B site. Can it get anything more? The answer is no. The Deagle of Sunshine's at least good for 1. And these pistols are getting a little bit more damage than that AWP did. However, with Cookie finding in the AK-47, Viridian City, he doesn't have a gun just yet. They are going to fancy themselves a bit of a retake and split between tunnels and mid. So it does make things look a little bit difficult for them at the moment. Cyanide spotting Cookie in the tunnels. Viridian City yet to show himself at this B site. Good tap out for Cookie, however. And now just Bogeyman at the car. Finds the first one just on the Viridian, who finds his head with that Deagle. And with no kit, there's 10 seconds on that defuse, and there's enough to get it done. Wow.
yeah, all this damage being done on entry to the site by the pistols. It was this crossfire that set things up, and then the retake there, Viridian just hits this Beautiful dig. Not an easy shot to make either.
No.
I swear, players that just sit in that corner with their head down. Oh man, you have to wait for them to repeak.
Just quickly as well, we're looking at Nikez peeling away, you know, with 24 frags in the server. Cookie's actually on 24 as well. So certainly is, you know, inching in front for Team Yellow. You got Viridian City there on 19. So some good numbers being put up from, you know, essentially players that we want to be seeing. You know, you look towards your head-to-head earlier, Nikez was there, and so was Sunshine's, but Sunshine's in the server at the moment, not really finding a lot of fragging damage.
Yeah, and he's been tasked with like that B-side anchor role too. So, yeah, as far as his impact's concerned in this second half, it's going to be on locking things down at B. But Cookie, he's been able to roam a lot with this AWP, and funnily enough, a lot of his kills have come on the back of some of these great crossfires. Nikez has just been tanking those grenades, and definitely will be a little sore after that.
Yeah, but not, you know, too good a bowling to come through from Team Yellow as they don't finish him off. So could be a way in which Camo do get back, overwhelm Cookie in towards mid to B.
They do take control of short though. Are they going to hold, or are they just going to roll on in? Well, a lack of utility over the top could hurt them now.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if they're going to be able to bunker down on the site of a Cheese Bolt, needing some assistance from Jerry, who's playing a goose, making Camo look like a couple of silly gooses not clearing their corner at the moment. And it is looking very difficult to get back in towards this round. Nikez was the one to go in for a late flank through long, but it just doesn't feel like anything situated on the back of that one. He's been spotted out with 15 HP. He was the one that found damage first in this round, and he's probably going to be the one that has damage done last.
Yeah, it's super tough situation from him to try and navigate right now. I mean, if you can find a kill through the smoke, that's fantastic. But yeah, that went pretty much exactly how I thought it would after taking, you know, some ridiculous damage at the start. 85 damage at the start from 2 HEs is enough to soften you up and make sure that you have very little impact at the end of the round. So I've seen Nikez on a lot of these late lurk rolls, and I think, you know, Yellow have got that worked out a little bit.
PDG did spot a CT cap going in towards lower tunnels, so everybody at Camo ready for that one, but not for the second of Viridian. Going to be able to try and escape with one, make it 2, and the bomb. They're giving him over the objective in this round. He's got a third one. That is demoralizing for Camo in this round, and now it is definitely Team Yellow's round to lose. Cyanide in tons. PDG at the top of mid with his fabled scout. Smoked, rather flashed off the line, and technically smoked as well, if you want to call it that one. Now delivered to the grave, and it's all onto Cyanide to see if he's going to be able to pass a 1 versus 3. Nah.
Well, the plot thickens. Looking so much better on this CT side, aren't they, Team Yellow? They've really started to put things in place. But for Camo, they've run out of steam here. I think, you know, those buys that they were trying to force in on, they don't work as well. They're not as effective on that T side. You need the utility. You need to prioritize utility in a lot of these situations. But right now, again, very low utility for Camo. Just trying to clear out all these lower sections of the map. They know that Yellow have got aggressive on them. It's chewing up a little bit of time for them. They're going to take control of short. They really haven't played with the rotations of Yellow, though, have they? They really haven't been able to try and force rotations or try and make things happen on the back of that.
Yeah, not overly. When you got a scout like PDG just taking some pot shots up through short, you almost feel like it is trying to bait you into a false sense of security, right? Bait you into peeking, get your head taken off. And as you do mention, there's no rotations. It's still not really rotating whatsoever. The bully over towards the B side of things onto Viridian. We're going to see what Sunshine's can do from the side itself if Viridian does lose his life in towards mid to B right now. The smokes are there. It's a team kill to come through from Bogeyman. You don't like to see that. And now it is eyes on towards Sunshine. Over towards the window from him as well. Good for one. Make it a second. And then Nikez popping his head up on the silver platter. That is superb from Sunshine's at the back of the plat. And that's 15 for Team Yellow.
What a way to bring it up as well. That's so crisp from him. I actually thought it was Bogeyman that took the L in mid, being TK.
No,
he's on 2 HP. Ah, man, that's, yeah. If you camo right now, you got to be feeling a little bit deflated. You feel as though your T side hasn't had any potency whatsoever. Because it was 8-7 at the half. They've been able to get one round.
Yep.
Been able to get one round on the T side of Dust 2. Definitely going to be disappointed with that.
And moving into Inferno next as well, you know, it does make one question, I guess, what do they have on their own map picks T side?
Yeah, and the question is too if this force buying is going to continue on to Inferno, because Inferno doesn't reward force buying the same way that Dust 2 can.
Yeah, this is this is a round to come out from Team Yellow once again, really. Double stack up towards short where they do start to get overwhelmed, and then they just hold it on down with AWP and Rifle, and it's Sunshines to be the one to get the final frag. 16-8, a very lackluster T side, to be honest with you, to come out from Camo there does mean that they are now one round away from being eliminated here.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for them. As we said, both of these two teams are playing for their lifeline here in Stage 2. They want to progress through to Stage 3, but if they're not able to get the dub here tonight, they are going to be sent packing from the competition. And as we said before, it is a pretty disappointing thing for either of these two teams. They're very closely matched, as we're seeing in these exchanges, but that's Dust 2 out of the way. We've got Inferno coming up next, and I don't know if it's more of the same. This is going to get really messy, because without utility prioritization, it just becomes a contest of who can hit each other harder in the face.
Yeah. And I guess the question of if we're going to get overpass or not, that we were both expecting to get at the very beginning of this series, is going to happen or not. Of course, with Inferno coming around the corner, we are going to head to a cheeky short ad break. And when we do come back, we'll get into map 2 of this series. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Everyone, and welcome back to the Biocode Lab CSGO Pro season. This is season number 22. Season number 2 for 2022. So many twos in here, and now we're getting into map number 2 as well, Jim. Map number 1 was, I felt very close when we look at the first half, but then as soon as we get into the second one, it just went downhill for Camo.
There were too many force buys in this particular match, Dion. I will agree with you on that. But yeah, this was a really down and dirty sort of match. There were a lot of individual rounds here. And I don't know, these two teams, as we said, there was always going to be difficult to separate them. It certainly played out that way in the first half. A lot of individual moments here, as we see, Viridian doing a lot of damage with that Tech 9. And we basically, from this round, we kind of got the gist of what we were in for on the first half. But as things sort of settled out into that second half, teams found their groove, and namely Team Yellow. They started to look a little bit more, I guess, fluid as a unit. The spacing was always fantastic. Cookie was getting the job done with that AWP as well. It was a bit of a a race to 30 for both Nickez and Cookie definitely won that one out and was really instrumental in opening up a lot of these rounds for his team. So it felt as though Team Yellow looked as a much better unit. There wasn't any particular strategy coming out that was any better than the other. They actually, I dare say, in the first half would have had a lot of difficulty trying to navigate the economy of their opposition because they just kept on buying in. But once they got onto that T side, they were able to take control of the pace of the game a little bit more. And it definitely looked as though they were the better unit. They're just under pressure. And in that second half, they were able to I guess, pull up their socks a little bit and carry it across the line.
Yeah, I wonder coming in towards your own map pick after not really having a T side is going to give you still like the bump of confidence that Camo do need and require to go back in towards this series. I look towards what they've been able to do previously with this these 5 players on this map, and it was only against Vertex. They've played them twice, 16-9 and 16-12. So there's some substance there, that can work for Camo. I do really just question from Team Yellow, they haven't played Inferno with this lineup and for quite a long time. What does it look like for them coming on towards this map as well? So I still think now, from what I've seen over in map number 1, if we don't get anything very early from Camo on the T side, which presumably they'll be starting on as it's their own map pick, that it's going to be, maybe the 2-0 over towards their opponents. Yeah,
looking like a very likely proposition. Now, as you mentioned, with Camo here coming onto their own map pick, they do actually have the B site pairing from 8 ballers playing for them with both Bogeyman and Kobe. So they'll be looking to reunite and make something happen. If that's the case, that's great. They've got a good starting block. I guess it's just a question, though, because I look at that Camo roster, and you could make the argument that you have potentially 5 small site players on the CT side. Like, each of those players do really well at the B-bomb site, but now it's just who's going to have to put their hand up and go and defend that A-bomb site on that CT side. Again, the question marks over the force buys and how much utility that's actually going to leave them with on a map like Inferno, how important that is for protocols, for progression into certain areas of the map. And yeah, look, to be honest, from what we saw, I hope they change their style a little bit from Dust 2, because they are going to need that prioritization. They are going to need a little bit more cohesiveness on both CT and T. And if we don't see that from Camo, you're right. I don't think we'll possibly even see overpass.
Yeah. Like, speaking about overpass as well, just briefly, Camo, obviously, with the video here, get the choice to go between Nuke and overpass, and they have played Nuke a couple of times in history as well, against Vertex in that best of 3, and then against Encore as well a little bit more ago. And I guess the reason maybe why, because they were completely absent in those maps as well, 16-5, 16-3, that they get decimated on. So I feel like maybe their argument is, we haven't tried out overpass, let's see what we can do on that here. And maybe that is just a thing with their whole veto process, right? Because we don't know how much practice these guys are getting on in. We know that the 8-ballers were getting in a lot of practice, but I remember a couple of interviews ago with the Camo guys, it was kind of, we see what we can do, we get in and we go in towards the server, because everyone's got, jobs and stuff like that. It just impedes a little bit, and they still have the CSGO itch to be throwing themselves in toward the server, which I'm not going to complain about whatsoever. It's great seeing, more CS, of course, but, thinking about it, in towards this map right now, I think the big thing for me is really going to have to be for Camo, your T side. You probably need to be leading at the half, honestly, to have a chance coming in towards this series.
I would agree. Now, traditionally, what we've seen from a lot of these throw together teams, it's their CT side that's actually been quite weak. But for just a complete change up, it's the T sides that are a little bit lacking. Yeah. So let's just see whether or not that trend continues on to Inferno.
Yeah, well, without further ado, let's get in towards the map. This is number 2 in the series. We jump on in towards Inferno. The hopes for Camo's LPL season now hanging in the balance of this map and a third if we do get in towards Overpass. But folks, make sure you do check out the Rocat Burst Pro Air Lightweight Optical Wireless RGB gaming mouse. It is available now. Make sure you do check that one out. Lightweight mice, that has my tick of approval already. And RGB, I can't see it, but it looks flashy for all you guys, so it's good.
Many colors, many different colors. Wonder what shade of Inferno we're going to get today, though, because both of these two teams really have thrown up a lot of mixed bags here. So if you're a fan of party mixes, and I know you are, Dion.
Yes.
This is the map for you, but no aggression out of the gate from the CT side. Although Cheeseball's just trying to gather a lot of info with that window push. They do have some utility, though, but no...
It's interesting.
I was going to say Viridian's just like breaking Mac's mind, no doubt.
I am a fan of the party mixes, Jim. I'm the one that also eats the teeth and the milk bottles and all that sort of stuff, the ones that people tend to leave. So I'm always happy with the party mix. But right now, PDG going to see what he can do at the top of brackets, whilst the rest of his team do look to bully Viridian over at the B side. So maybe that HE grenade is going to be put to good use as he takes a couple of pot shots out, waits for the plant. He's only going to get a bit of damage on towards Kobe here, but it will soften him up for the retake.
Yeah, normally you have maybe 1 or 2 players actually posted up around that position too. So he was hoping for a little bit more damage off that, but they're already grouped up now around construction. This could get really interesting.
I like the double stack at the coffins right now, but they need to make sure they're not delivered to those ones indeed. That's a lot of kills to come through from Camo at the moment. 4, maybe a 5 on the board. It is indeed. Kobe taking out Cyanide, so technically you'd call it 6, but for Camo taking pistol, that is definitely one thing that they needed to get started here on Inferno. Camo
taking all the kills here at the Spindles. Now, that got really, really messy. Really, really messy. But again, it just feels as though we picked up and followed on from Dust 2. So,
yeah,
more of the same. Now, it's actually Yellow here that are going to go into the force buy with that Scout and Cookie down mid. But
oh, the timing.
Sparring partners with those Scouts. Very defensive set.
Yeah, a bit of a slower pace start from Camo. There's that Scout rearing. It's maybe pretty head with what PDG's been able to do with it.
If you've got a piece of utility and you burn it like that, okay, they did clear out brackets. I was going to say it didn't feel as though the brackets push really came, but Kobe just sort of poked his head in, cleared it. They're now just going to fall back mid, but as soon as those smokes start to clear here now, Cheeseball's got all the info. You can already see that, okay, I thought the rotation was actually going to come back towards B, but they're opting to keep 4 players at the A bomb site, and that's going to make things very difficult now for Viridian. He's already been tagged down.
See what he can do with the MP9 here. He's got at least one person looking towards him. That was PDG, who misses the scout shot. So Cyanide a little bit unfortunate, and he does get taken down nice and early. But the plan happens for Camo, and the rotations are starting to appear for Team Yellow. They've got this player advantage. So we're going to see if they're going to be able to get in for the retake. CT smoke does fade, opening up rather an avenue for Team Yellow to get in, but with no kits, it makes it a little bit more time sensitive for them to get in on this retake, if they even can, because that coffin smoke is still up and available. This round just feels like Team Yellow, are they half going for the retake? Are they going for damage on the exit? It kind of shifts towards the latter statement now.
Yeah, exit for sure. And that's actually just forced Camo's hand. No, Camo's just recognise what they're trying to do. And, oh, there we go. Bogey goes down with the bomb, so they actually take some losses out of that.
Oh, okay, he got the MP9. No, the AK was on the floor. That's sad.
Yeah, that's the way that the chips have fallen, though. So, at least from Yellow's perspective, they tried to make it as expensive as possible from Camo, so they're going to be buoyed a little bit by that. Their own money's not fantastic, though. And all that does is force Camo into some upgrades.
That would have been a quick scout shot for PDG to open up within this round. I'll be interested to see what Cheeseball's going to do with this MP9 over at the B site, as Camo are setting up the same as they have the previous couple of rounds, get a peek in towards the top of brackets, and then maybe meander back over toward the B site.
Some progression utility up into brackets for the moment, just trying to clear things out. They do not have control of apartment zone, so Cookie could be a real nuisance for them, but he's just been spotted out, so cancel that. And, well, it's important here for Camo that they do not get picked apart, they do not separate too much.
Well, they are getting picked apart little by little at the moment. And when I say they, I mean Team Yellow. We'll see what Sunshines is going to be able to do from the graveyard location. At least Team Yellow are here to fight before the bomb plant goes down this time, but not really too much of a fight. Now Sunshines finds a couple of frags. That second one being a cheeky one, but Nick is already elevating himself. We'll find it. And Camo, this is the T-side start that we were asking and waiting for.
Yeah, this is them bouncing back a little bit. Definitely fell flat on Dust 2. So it's good. As far as they're concerned, redemption. And a good start for them too. Also being able to convert on the back of the pistol and just keeping it a clean 3-0. And, well, how's the utility looking for the CT side? Not amazing. It's starting to burn a little bit of it too. And this is a change of pace.
Yeah, some aggression up through towards brackets. Sunshine, if he got the second, it would have been very good for him to just bunker down around this A site and hold it. There's some damage delivered to Kobe and Cyanide, and just want to point out, Cookie's gone glass cannon, so he needs to be very careful how he's positioning this AWP around the round. But with a minute 20 to go as well, Jim, I don't really feel like Camo can continue to push the issue over at this A site, so they'll peel away and potentially look towards B.
In fact, Yellow have even opted to try and retake. So it's going to be a foot race here. Cheeseball should arrive in time. He's got Viridian in tow, so there's no smoke for the cross though. All used up on this A-bomb site. Very nice. Just easy pickings.
Very nice for them. You only lose Sunshines. You'll deliver him a weapon in this buy phase, and then that AWP for Cookie can get some armor and helm behind it as well. So definitely the time for Team Yellow's CT side to kind of, you know, I guess get the second one cleanly here. Best Camo's next purchase, and then you're looking at reclaiming CT side.
A lot of questions. Can Nickez fashion something with his hero AK buy though? That's the question. Now we see Yellow actually taking an interest in Banana. But Camo are happy to patiently wait that out.
Yeah.
Haven't been super aggressive on the CT side though, so it kind of works in their favour.
I almost feel like they're conditioned to go towards the B site right now because of all of these pistols, and with Nickez on the AK-47, there's not really any money behind it as well. That is an awkward spray from Viridian. He's going to get overwhelmed by these pistols, and it just will transition into a retake.
Yeah, they get the bomb site for free. Now they have to weather a little bit of utility, but I don't know. I feel like Camo could actually make this very difficult. The difficult thing for Camo is that they don't have control of construction. So they're all filtered into the site or the top of Banana.
If they had a flash, they could potentially try and push the CT smoke and catch Team Yellow off guard, but the bomb's already ticked halfway, so it's going to just be a complete mess to scramble in towards the side at the moment, and that's where the pistols will start to look a little bit more potent. Cyanide good for 2. Nikez in for 1 as well, and this is just coming up for a round for Camo. Nikez with that AK, great for 3 frags after Cyanides, and your famous rush beard when you got no guns and you got pistols, it works out.
It does. Seems to be a nice percentage play for them. But the thing that really didn't work out for Yellow was the fact that they all just had to filter through. They did have control of construction, but filtered through the arch, and it just really got messy. Without banana presence, it kind of falls on its, on its own sword, that retake. But looking across the board here, Hero AWP on Cheese Ball misses that timing. So that's going to be radioed back to everybody at Camo that there is an AWP in play. They're going to be super confused about this too.
Correct. The buy looks a little bit weird, but again, we've just had weird buy upon weird buy in this series so far, so why should it be anything different?
Radiant takes a bit of damage for his information play, but has to fall off that line. So the information he gets isn't super useful. In fact, now he's gone back to the Sunman, underneath Sunman position. First oranges, I think the sources call it.
Yep.
But
it's been interesting to see that Team Yellow have really been favoring this 4-player spot over towards A, and then a late retake over towards the B side, or late rotate rather. It's a bit unfortunate for them now, but these pistols are getting a bit of damage. Cookie, or rather Cheese Ball, another missed AWP shot, does certainly not help the situation for Yellow, but with 30 seconds to go, Bomb will start to retreat over towards the A side. There's a chance that if Team Yellow rotate Jerry now, they could have made it, but a little bit too late.
Yeah, and they don't actually have the numbers here, Camo, to leave someone to try and sell that fake either. They've actually just got to cut their losses, get into that A bomb site, and the foot race is won. So bomb plant will go in. They will be able to get some post-play positioning. I don't think Camo can believe that the A bomb site was given up for free like that. But
yeah,
what this actually does give is Team Yellow a few free guns here. So at least they're able to take that out of it.
Does it give Camo the idea that Team Yellow are going to be quick rotating? Because it's been a couple of quick B spots for Camo, toward the later stages of the rounds with the rotates happening and the retakes happening. And now this time you see a quick rotation from A to B as you start to rear your head in toward the site. So do you think it gives a bit of an idea to Camo that they may be rotating quickly?
Certainly feel as though they got the read on that round. That the rotation from Yellow was very heavily committed, but you got to remember, Camo have hard committed to sites. That's the first time they've actually rotated off any of these bomb sites once showing a heavy presence. So you can't fault Team Yellow for that. I think Camo recognised that themselves and just made that call. So it's not a bad mid or late round call from Camo. And it does win them that round. They weren't looking favourable in those exchanges.
Just wondering, was Jerry one of the players that survived in that previous round? Because he's only got an MP9 here with 2,000 to spare, and Cookie does have 3,300. So he couldn't quite catch if he was one of the survivors, but regardless, if he wasn't, they've jumbled the money a little bit poorly.
That MP9 was up for play. Like, that's all they took out of that last round. But this is good from Bogeyman. And look at this, Camo on the back of this opening. Flash has actually done a great job.
Yeah, good timing from Cheeseball to get over through the moto as well, and that's some great pivoting around the site. 3 frags to him, Kobe seen over at Diggity, and that is a round undusted. I question the MP9. I'm going to take that back because he got the frags that were needed.
Yeah, Cheeseball doing all the work though in that pit. Jerry was just a nice little distraction. So, and Kobe, well, he really got caught out by that flash. So Bogey does the hard yards in opening things up, but how quick are Yellow to react on that CT side?
And now the problem for Camo as well. They're a couple rounds up, but they have another really strange purchase with a couple AKs, a Mac-10, some Deagles, and now they're just trying to sneak away into Banana. See what Bogeyman's going to be able to do. If he throws the HE grenade, it would reveal that he is so close. But no flash really to go over from Nikez here. He's just going to see what he can spot on out. Just do me a favor and maybe don't take PDG out of the equation if you are Camo.
Yeah, they're playing with fire. Sure. You know, Kobe doesn't actually catch out the CT's top of mid, but this is a nice entry into B. Still have one player to contend with.
It's always interesting to me because it's a 5 versus 3 situation and Team Yellow still choose to send a player in towards Banana to try and get some info. You're already players up. Just play the objective. Don't need to be losing players like this. Nikez, he can definitely fashion something out of a round like this. 84 points of HP and a flash. There's probably some scattered utility around that he may be able to pick up, but that would only be if he went over towards the construction side of things. So see if he can get a 1 versus 1. Jerry to come from CT. Sunshines to group with him from Banana. So they do start to clear a couple of these angles of smoke on toward the bomb. Or rather, it was over towards CT. Left the bomb completely open. Nikez is just... They fed in toward his hands, Jim.
Yeah, he's absolutely hoodwinked them. But it's just a simple positional play, right? Like, they didn't clear... They didn't have utility either to clear it with, to be fair. But Yellow basically checked everywhere but the triple boxes at the back there. So that's unfortunately their undoing. And Nikez so sharp on that trigger.
Yeah.
Very first shot was so quick.
As I said, he's definitely a player who can fashion a round like that. And that was a 1 versus 4. A little bit unlucky for Cheeseball, I believe it was, who does get done in through the smoke. But what can you do with that situation, you know? You don't win a 1 versus 4, really. You lose a 4 versus 1. So a real hard hitter delivered over towards Team Yellow. At least they do have a purchase to go back in with in this round.
Yeah, that's the positive for them, is that their money isn't entirely busted just yet. But, I mean, we're not too much into this round, and they've got pretty skimpy utility.
Cheeseball's waiting to try Incendiary for any progression from Camo up Banana, who... They were just sending PDG. He had nothing to his name in this round. He is the sacrificial lamb, but there's no real rotations that have been brought off the A site just yet. So it's kind of back towards, you know, the start of the round for Camo, really.
Soft reset, but...
That's the bomb.
They've revealed it too early.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Sunshine's going to be playing from under balcony, and you've got a crossfire established with Viridian on top of the side as well. Bomb extended further up Diggity, and those flashes are really going to do nothing. Cookie to steal a frag onto Kobe while blinded. So at least that, you know, flash did something. But now Nikez, the 1 versus 4 turn 3 is all it's going to be, with 3 found for Yellow.
The contact play not working out for Camo at all. Even less so when the first player that makes contact drops the bomb at Diggity. So unfortunately, things just went from bad to worse in that moment for Camo. And now, soft reset on the economy. Nikez didn't get the memo though. Why not? He's probably been, you know, one of their better players to put on the entry. So if you're going to ask a player to try and do something in the early rounds with this 8K, it would be Nikez.
That is not how you want to see a round start off. At least Kobe has given less money to Viridian than Cyanide has, burning in the molly. But if you try to do something in a round, losing 3 players at the very beginning is not the way you want to go. Now Nikez down to sub 50, sub 25, 0. It makes things certainly very awkward for Camo to get anything done in this round. And yeah, the pistol was out of ammo, so was the AK.
Yeah, just dropped a 1 bullet AK. And, well, Nikez was so close to getting the job done on one of the players, but aside from that, there really wasn't anything in the round for Camo. So, hero AK play, swing and a miss for now, but they are on to their gun round. They have got some utility, but it's not deep. Like, this is what I said the issue was going to be, looking at the way that they played Dust 2, is they just don't give themselves enough in the utility tank to try and make things happen. But this is a very scruffy game for both these two teams. They're not seeing necessarily progression utility coming out. It's just very basic sets of utility, just trying to isolate duels. But we're not seeing layers.
If this round does go Teams Yellow's way, it resets Camo as well, right? So we'll probably be seeing that 6-6 tied scoreline, a chance for Team Yellow to take lead, make it a 9-6 half, which you'll be comfortable with.
Definitely. Definitely feel as though you sort of got the job done on, you know, on Inferno if you take the CT side by a decent margin.
Well, there's a minute to go, and this is where Camo starts to get in towards brackets, but how far forward do they choose to go with the utility starting to become scarce? They can't really opt to completely go back towards B, but with Viridian City pushing Banana and losing his life, it actually opens up the route to be able to just waltz back toward the B site. Cookie will beat them there, but with only an AWP, if he misses the shot, this could be really disastrous. It's a good flick on towards Bogeyman, and reposition afforded. This does start to shift back over towards Team Yellow. Cheeseball to get a piece of the pie. He doubles down. Now it's just on towards PDG, who's good for one. An AWP, that echoes out from Cookie. It's going to send PDG into the crosshair of Jerry already on the flank. And there is that fifth for Team Yellow.
Yeah, this is where we saw things really start to look pretty ominous for Camo, was that lack of utility. That had no depth of utility at the start of the round. You can't be expected to just magically find smokes to get you across into the B bomb site. And yeah, they were only contending with an AWP, but the fact that he hit that first shot and the rest of the spacing with Camo wasn't there to either trade or put things away. But man, they're feeding Cookie so hard right now, and and Cookie's not missing any of these simple shots either. So he's just notching up these kills and making things difficult for Camo.
Yeah, he did a good job with it over on Dust 2, specifically on the PDG as well. There was always that duel that was going between the two of them. And now Cookie, as you say his name, he is getting the bites down with this AWP. Great 4K to come through, even though it was eco frags. It's more difficult with an AWP than it is a rifle, all right?
He might be the Cookie, but he's not crumbling.
No, he's cutting them to pieces.
Absolutely cooking his opposition. But if you are Camo right now, you really are lamenting yourself for that lack of utility depth. And this is the round where they actually have heeded that call. Last round was just a round to reset that economy, but they really need to start factoring him out. They really haven't punished him at all.
Oh. No one to bail PDG out from his endeavors down Banana. Maybe he doesn't need to be bailed out. Good for one frag at least. Viridian's going to get caught potentially in reload, but how does he get out of this one? He's still hungry for the aggression, still hungry for the fight. He does have Cookie behind him, but meanwhile, Nikaz is pushing through apartments. Jerry could get caught out here if he's not careful.
Yeah, Nikaz looking to take a more active role in the round now. Oh, that's a great set of double entries. Active lurker indeed. Now Cookie's here. Utility's actually going to zone him out finally. And Nikaz is able to find that third, so he's shooting everything.
The distractions in this round, in this map, that's why I'm a very avid and vocal person, that we need to remove distractions from Counter-Strike, we need to remove the chickens. Remove the ambient noises as well, technically.
Nah, they were always good, the ambient noises, if they were sound triggers. Now, obviously not necessarily a CSGO, quirk. But in previous versions of the game, there were sound triggers that were like ambient noises.
See, I'm still one of which that this game, for people with like the colorblindness like myself, it is very difficult to see when you're playing, opponents from backgrounds. That's why I'm still wishing for just like a complete grey box mode, essentially. Strip all visuals and just be like, hard cuts. It'd be good. Like orange box mode.
Custom skins.
Sandbox mode or something.
You want Team Fortress. That's
yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Well, we got to pause here. This is called from Camo. It'll be of the tactical variety. So getting their thoughts in order, how to finish off the last two rounds of this half, Jim, as they're one away from at least closing it out and getting, over the edge that they need to. But really, it's been on the back of Nikaz firing. Everyone's kind of just falling by the wayside where he's running over Team Yellow. Yeah,
it really felt like Yellow were actually getting, a lot of momentum under their belt, punishing Camo for a lack of utility. And, well, Camo have actually recognized that. They took that eco round. They got themselves some decent money in the pot on the last, and it just felt as though they were able to get themselves into a much better position. So, making things difficult for these scope weapons on Team Yellow. Double AWP set up on CT side. Inferno, though, does find Nikaz, and surely they recognize he's the active lurk.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot to come through from Cookie. Both AWPs roaring in the server at the moment, and it throws a little bit of a head scratcher over towards Camo. Smoked at top mid need to just push through this one, and they're going to do it together, or they're going to wait for a flash. They can't really justify throwing it in. It'll give up what they're trying to do. So it is just going to be the silent route for them, and it may be very well into the crosshair of Viridian City for PDG.
Well, it doesn't hit the shot, though. So Viridian just needs to bunker down here on the arch. And Sunshine's just doing work there, along with Jerry. And so the thumb had been removed from the pincer. And we go into the final round of this half with Team Yellow drawing level with scores, but will they walk away with the advantage here?
Well, looking at the money situation of Camo, it's enough to scrap by a purchase for a couple of these players, but it'll be pistols for the rest of them. As I believe PDG is going to be down with the Deagle. Yep, he's going to be on the worst of it. And that is a failed run boost, unfortunately.
The only thing is, these double orbs can make things difficult on the retake, so Camo, they need to make sure that they keep some utility for the mid to late rounds, if they're even to get into these sites.
Well, that's it, isn't it? Cookie, he can be the one to lock down the B site, courtesy of the first AWP shot as well. Cheeseball's going to be here to back him up, but maybe not even needed as Sunshines wins his duel over at the A site. Things are just coming in order one at a time. It's not the way you want to be giving fights if you're Camo. It's just looking pretty easy for Team Yellow as I say that. PDG's with Bogeyman. They're going to start to extend out in towards the site. Viridian City misses an AWP shot now as well, and that incendiary is going to start to tick away at Bogeyman a little bit. Now he gets pushed out by Jerry, and it's all on to PDG. He's got the bomb on his back. He's got a little bit of utility, and a 1 versus 4 presented in front of him. Now spotted out as well, missing a couple of shots. It's a good headshot onto Viridian. Don't have a reload. 40 seconds to still try and navigate around this round, and he's starting to make something of it, but it's not going to be finished as Cookie gets the final frag, and it's the same scoreline as Dust 2, going the same way.
Yeah, 8-7 the score. Not necessarily a game so far on map 2 where we're able to separate the two teams, but as you said, we've seen this before, so it was Team Yellow on the second half of Dust 2 really starting to pull away. Can they do the same again? We know how hard it is to make things happen in the second half for a CT side, particularly if they are slightly under the pump a little bit. So really important for them to win this pistol round and cleanly convert the next few rounds too for Camo.
Well, it seems like a little bit of a set strat to come out from Yellow in this pistol round. Brackets going to be bullied at the moment, but it does start to fall away. That grip that I thought Team Yellow might have loosened. Ambitious.
That's all the util. Oh, here we go. There's that flash into Banana. And they're going to start to stream on in. That smoke will go down the arch. And they're going to put pressure here on this site. They are going to get a crossfire going, but it's not too long before that smoke dismantles that.
Oh, he's going to try and push through this one at the moment. Bogeyman at the back of the new box. See what he can do. That's a great flick on towards Cookie, but will he get another one? He needs his teammate to be able to peek out and do something. The Cyanide gets absolutely run over by Jerry. This bomb starts to get established down at the default spot. It's Kobe, Nickers, and PDG with the kit. It is now down on the floor, and he is falling as well, just onto Nickers, who was dinked with the ambitious play that I was mentioning and saying about at the top of mid. But these pistols to come through from Team Yellow and a pistol round does make things more awkward for Camo. Courtesy of the replay, we can just see these Glocks tapping at distance as well. Oh,
Just
I'd like to see that.
Work done with all these pistols. Now, situation the same, I guess, for Team Yellow, because going into the second half, they're going to start to extend themselves a little bit. Now, they need to be careful here because we know that Camo do like to try and force in these situations, but they've taken a slight tactical timeout here for Team Yellow. How do they navigate this round? How do they slow things down and make things more favoursome for themselves? Doesn't look like any utility coming out of Camo either, so it's just going to be some pistols to do the damage.
I at least like that they're giving the respect that they want money, knowing that they are behind, right? A couple of times we'd see teams purchase up here, even though they lost pistol, lost bomb plan on the CT side, just to see what they can do. Camo, a team that, you know, they have forced up time and time again. But now I guess just realizing that, hey, if we do get guns and we have Nickers looking at the right spot, maybe we're in a round.
Got to put all the right pieces in all the right places. Kobe could be isolated here as well. Cheeseball with that Mac 10. Flash was perfect. Some brackets control being given away. And well, there's only one site defender here at A, but it's the Mac 10s that are tasked with doing the damage. And that they will.
Yeah, farming a bit of extra money if you are Cheeseball and Viridian. Why not, right? You've got unarmored opponents with only the basic pistols. Nikaz does have a little bit of an upgrade for himself, but you still waltz in towards the B site without clearing foul bet. I think this of any round is the one where you do look to clear it with the Mac 10s against those pistols, and rightly so, Cheeseball will. Now it's just on a Kobe. As we set our sights on the scenery for the remainder of this round, it's not long for us because Jerry's already watching that. Double digits for Team Yellow, but now is where we get into the thick of things. Now we finally get that purchase that we've been waiting for Camo.
Yeah, what they're going to do with it is yet to be seen, but what we want from them is a depth of utility, because we just haven't seen that be, I guess, effective for them.
Yeah, the problem I'm seeing right now, right, is the Team Yellow have a lot more utility. If they bait out any of this CT util, it makes them very vulnerable in for any holds around the map. And that's a lot of util already dumped down Banana in the top of mid from Camo.
And look at this from Yellow straight into this A-bomb site, because they know the retake utility is not going to be there. But look at the jewels going the way of Camo. Making them work for it, aren't they? Finally starting to look better.
Okay, that's just... I almost feel like that's Yellow giving up a little bit in the round, to be honest with you. They know the full purchase is to come in from Camo. You know the A1Ss are going to be spraying through smokes. No one looks after that. No one tries to bully them off the line. Yeah, I feel like that was just very one-dimensional from Team Yellow, unfortunately.
Well, the thing is, right, like, they probably made a call based on the fact that there was a double molly down Banana, knowing that they're not going to be hard flanked by a CT rotation. They just hard committed into A, without necessarily thinking that the resistance would be as good as it was.
Now, speaking about counting utility, they see a Molotov land at the same time as 2 HE grenades. So you would know by timing that there's 3 positioned over towards B, but now that timing window starts to fade away if that incendiary player or even one of the HE players just, launches back towards the A side of things, which is what Nikaz is going to start to do. Sunshine's is by himself, locked in towards this location. He can't quite peek over the top of the smoke to see Bogeyman at the moment. The flash in is absolutely superb, though. Now Bogeyman is going to lose his life. So opening frag the way of Team Yellow. Let's see how long they can hold it for.
Punish for not immediately checking after that flash. So the numbers really thinning out for Camo. You got that player that's in rotation between the A and B at the moment. This leaves Yellow a little bit of opportunity to play with the rotations should they wish. They can, start to bait out some more utility here at brackets. However, factor in now that Yellow have only got effectively one set of utility between them. Less one flash now. They've got to get a Regal on here, so A is going to be the objective.
Yeah, and they've just lost Sunshines in apartments as well. And with the deeper library smoke, if they want to keep going towards A, they have to pop flash themselves through it. So it just feels like a very awkward situation that Team Yellow have put themselves in. Not even seeing their opponents. It's just very quick frags to come through from Camo here. Maybe a bit of miscommunication with where their intended utility did go down on around the map. But yeah, Team Yellow, it's another round that they set themselves up for success with the opening frag in the beginning, and then it crumbles away with some good crosshair placement from Camo, some good positioning.
Yeah.
Now they're one away from tying up.
I was going to say, it's actually the first time we've seen either of these two teams time themselves out in a round. So, I mean, Yellow, I feel as though they basically handed Camo a lifeline there with that A rush in the previous round, because how much utility was being burnt in the early stages. They just didn't have the money to make it work, but tried to test the concentrated defense of this A site all in towards Diggity. And that's going to favor the CT side pretty heavily, as we saw in that exchange. So now they're just back onto, I guess, a bit of a wild buy here, isn't it? Just Tech 9 to Mac 10 and 2 AKs. And they're running straight into a side here that's got 3 players on it.
We'll see if they're going to be able to do anything against it. If you roll that Magic 8 Ball, signs point to no. But Nikaz is maybe giving up a little bit of the GOAT here. Never mind. He is the GOAT. Good for 2. Brilliant for the trade. But as you mentioned, you've still got 2 other players here for Camo. So it's not really going to phase them.
Yeah. And now Back towards A. It's actually not a bad play, to be honest, with that player in library. So if they can just isolate the jewels into the site, just go 1 for 1. At worst, 2 for 1. They give themselves a fighting chance in the round.
It's a 1-on-1 trade. It's still going to be favoring Camo because they've got the player advantage. As you mentioned, it is the bomb, but it's PDG on the site by himself. If he loses his life, it's an opportunity for Team Yellow to win this round. He's down to 7 HP, but he still manages to find that first one. Now, it is all onto Cheeseball. He needs that gun as well as the bomb, but he's not going to get the gun. He has to really just take PDGs, but he's putting himself into a safe plan. He's really making it difficult for himself to even have a chance at winning the round. And Cyanide will swing and get the frag. So it is, in the end, going to be tied up for Camo 10-10. Map of Inferno of their own choosing, Jim, is starting to look much better than Dust 2.
It is. It is. These rounds are starting to get a little bit tighter, though. So, 10-10 apiece. CT Economy is actually in a much better position. You would expect a nice depth of utility there as well without having to make some concessions for rifle purchases. Desperately needed that bomb plant, Yellow, but it's not going to be enough to provide them with the full buy. They're just going to be able to go in with some Tech 9s and some utility. So, Camo do already seem to like to dump a lot of the utility down Banana in the early round. Airstrike, and then followed by a Molotov. Is this going to influence where Yellow go? That smoke is going to suggest that things are going to halt up a little bit here in mid. But I'm watching for Camo.
Yeah, definitely feels like an apartment's bust here. Well, flashes over the chimney, and maybe you do start to go. But PG already reading this one. Just need to make sure he doesn't get caught in a reload, which is what his teammates are going to be there for. But Meridian, Boomer stomping on towards Nick, as and with this deeper smoke as well. It'll start to make things look very awkward for Camo. Cookie finds Kobe. Some rifles pilfered, and this round has just completely turned on its head. A quick rush from Team Yellow has forced Camo into a save situation.
Great piece of utility from Yellow coming out with that smoke towards Library. It just factors out that player, that third player, that pincer on the defense. So they've been a real stinging, rotator coming through. So with that smoke, it just isolates the jewels, and with the Carper player going down cheaply, it just leaves a player in this A bomb site to try and fend for themselves, and you saw the result. So, well, how back and forth is the nature of this match? I know we're expecting it, but it still surprises me. Just when you look and see one team, start to streak ahead, they get reeled back in.
Well, this is still a purchase that can be very viable for Camo to meet with the same scoreline that Team Yellow currently hold again. They got a bit of utility to be able to work with, so that is going to go in good stead for them. But this Banana progression, they've gone through it once, right? Bogeyman lost his life. They've really just been using utility and dumping it so early over at Banana as well. So I do kind of wonder if Team Yellow have cottoned on to that. Do they try and exploit it? They've waited for the mollies here, and now they start to waltz up Banana.
Just taking their time, aren't they? Yellow, they don't want to be caught out. I mean, as this round starts to burn on, though, Camo, they've been notorious for burning through their utility. They're holding on to it, though.
I do like the boost from Bogeyman. He does have Cyanide under him as well. Well-placed molly, however, from Team Yellow. If you're going for a standard execute over at the B site, can potentially get the better of him. I always fancy myself a deeper execute where you get a molly landing, new box, and dark, but it's not going to happen at the moment. Bogeyman going to be playing on top of this smoke as a one-way, and this could look to just undermine what Yellow are throwing at them, but Cookie's going to make mincemeat of Bogeyman, and now Cheeseball on a Cyanide. These trades still, however, coming from Camo, and it does start to shift into a retake.
Yeah, they at least have players that are out of the bomb site, though, so they're going to be trapped by what remaining utility Camo do have, but it's only just a flash in the smoke here, and we're just going to release this smoke, and it's actually fantastic to isolate, or is it? Players in Banana.
if Sunshine's pulls back towards Banana, he can just throw these flashes at the moment and then maybe just get them off toward the bomb, make them blind within the side. It's a cheeky boost that's now known. They've cleared out Cheese Ball, but they've got to get on the bomb. Toby does have the kit. They don't expect him to be there. And now there's a knifer in the smoke. The MP9. Jerry, no! Wait! PDG is trying to knife him from behind and has made it that Jerry kills Nick. Jim.
He's out of bullets. He's out of time.
He's got a sidearm. And he's missed all of that too. Oh no, PDG.
Oh man. Things you hate to see.
I cannot believe that has happened. I cannot believe it.
Rot, bro. That's all I have to say about that.
Yep. Without word of a lie as well, now that Nickers only has the A1S, this is the time for Team Yellow to really wrap up this series.
Yeah, this is where they're going to start landing those killer blows, punishing the pushes, and just making the most of that player advantage and that utility advantage as well. I don't know, that might be like the most iconic moment in this series.
Yeah, maybe. We've had a couple of you know, good spray transfers, but it's always the failure frags that you remember. You know, G2 Nico on Nuke.
The close but no cigars.
Yeah, exactly. PDG. That I don't know, man. It's strange to me because he's out of ammo in the FAMAS. Then he whiffs all the P2000 bullets, and then the knife. And meanwhile, Jerry also misses on the defusey onto Nicker. It's just a strange ending to a round if I've ever seen one.
It was known as a comedy of errors.
Yeah.
But them's the breaks. You know, this is an elimination match. So as far as high pressure goes, you know, both these two teams are really feeling it.
Well, Nickers is going to take the A1S into the next round, so we'll see what he's going to be able to do with it. The rest of his squad really held on to their cash as well. So, except for PDG, everyone's going to meet him with weaponry. Give a good old fighting chance to see if they've still got some more wind in their sails. Progress them forward in towards a potential overpass.
Right now, I don't know if overpass is looking likely. You know, aside from Nickez, there's not really a lot of positives out of Camo right now in the frag department. Whereas you look at, you know, Team Yellow, probably more even affair. You know, I'd argue that they're firing on at least 4 out of 5 cylinders.
And the AWP is going to be out for Cookie as well, so we'll see what he can do with that on the T side. Meanwhile, just a bit of a default for Team Yellow for now.
Slow and steady. Just this progression utility, taking control of brackets, clearing things out. Still got Camo interested though, so it's not baited out any C2 utility thus far. But they're also clearing out top banana here. Nickers is just taking matters into his own hands. Is he going to get away though? He does get 2 and goes unpunished. Big start for Camo in this round.
Yeah, and something that they sorely needed as well, right? If they can get away with holding on to all their weaponry into the next round, it will certainly bolster them up a bit. But I don't really want to count out anyone from Team Yellow just yet. 3 players alive, 45 seconds to still path together something in the round. The actual path of least resistance is to wrap through jungle around CT spawn to the B site. I wonder if they're going to be able to have this idea. I would expect it because Sunshines is at the top of banana.
Just waiting for that wrap to come through.
And they're expecting it too.
This is some multi-fragging required from the 2 B side holders though.
Yeah, we're all just
playing
waiting.
too close.
All waiting for this to happen right now. You got 10 seconds to go. This is just not a round that you can do anything against. That is great patience, really, from Camo.
Yeah, they had the entire player advantage there. They knew it was coming, but You know, they weren't necessarily playing all together either, which could have made things difficult. But the fact that, you know, Cyanide's able to nail 2 there makes things nice and easy. Brings Team Yellow back within 2 rounds as well, so certainly striking distance. But they go on the AWP for Cookie on the T side, so really what he's got to do is punish early on here. Camo for these peaks. Oh,
No,
he's only got the leg.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. What the difference a leg shot towards a normal body shot would have done in that situation. Nick has 15 HP, going to fall away, and that's an opening pick to Camo. That is going to throw a spanner in the works for Team Yellow. No positioning. Back to square dot with, you know, no real utility. Just makes things difficult here.
Kobe just getting that spot out. Triple smoke onto the balcony. Just providing some cover for Cheeseball, but what it does is it actually stops this push in its tracks. So heavy presence. And no smoke to factor out the player that is in library either. So as soon as things come on to this A-bomb site, a lot of work to be done here from Camo.
I just want to see that the trades are at least coming out in a round such as this, and that's the first opening to come, and then the trades do start to happen. Don't miss out on PDG on the site. He's been playing patient here. That's a shot that echoes out in sunshine to the AWP, and the clearance on towards PD. Only good for 1. I talked about wanting to see trades. They are being delivered in spades at the moment, and as the plant does go down, Cyanide's going to spot out where both players are. One in the pit, one in the site, and now he's going to be waiting for Bogeyman to come on over. They've got an incendiary and a flash. Has to get put to good position. Otherwise, how do you get Bogeyman out of apartments at the moment? Jerry's not looking for it, so Bogeyman may have the element of surprise. No gun barrel poking out just yet. There's the flash and the molly. It's done perfectly, but Jerry, he's navigated and positioned this one well. Now Bogeyman starts to creep on up, and he gets taken out. Sunshine's there for the first on the Cyanide, and that is a well methodically placed out round from Team Yellow after losing the first pick.
It leaves Camo in a pretty difficult spot too, because a few of these players will have to prioritize weaponry or utility. We know where that usually leans for these guys, so it means utility is sort of out the window. Yellow will be all over that, so if they can just bait out some of these bits of utility in the early opening exchanges, they want that info on Banana, how much utility have they burnt. This could get pretty sticky for Camo, but this time round, there's no aggression out of Banana. They're opting to play double site. No info either. And Yellow are just going to run through their pretty basic protocols. Jerry here just clearing out apartments while the rest of the team just get themselves set up here in Banana. Again, they have utility. They have time to layer this a little bit if they wish to.
Yeah, they get Banana with what? A flash grenade, and that's really it. HE to CT, blow up anyone on the top of the flower bed. As you mentioned, just a really clean, you know, no real overextending Banana play from them, no real utility wastage. And now they do start to come in towards the B site. Has to be one that's won from Camo. And here it goes to start. Cyanide, Bogeyman locking it down. These are needed frags. Wait for the wrap around from Nickez towards the coffins as well. But it's all just coming up Camo at the moment. They might even win this one flawlessly. Cheeseball, a 1 versus 5. So many angles to clear. 30 seconds to go. And now Nickez is wise to the fact that he's already in construction, taking him down. That's the 12th for Camo with all 5 alive. So big for them.
Yeah, I think that's a big failure there from Yellow to try and bait out that utility or whatever they had left from Camo. They opted to just go onto the site. They still had about 40 seconds to play with. There was no presence anywhere else in the map. Just seemed very single track mined into that B bomb site. So not even opting for the double pump. They could have done that. Would have made things very difficult for Camo to hold on the second pass. Now they're back onto pistols themselves, so effectively shooting themselves in the foot for the next 2 rounds at least.
Yeah, if they're able to win this one, it would be a pretty competitive buy going into the round after. But as you mentioned, this for the way that it probably should work, should be seeing 14 all.
It's a nice opener, actually.
Yeah, that's real cheeky to come through from Cheeseball. Now Cyanide's actually by himself. They only allotted to play 2 over towards B-side this round. That is going to buy a lot of time, but they're just running through it. Jerry, he'll take himself out of the round through that molly, but he's going to take Cyanide with him as the plant does start to come on down. It's got to be Nick once again, but Cookie finds him with the Tech Dime. These are pistols getting the job done. PDG pushing the smoke. He'll at least eliminate Cookie. It's Sunshine's now the one with HP. His teammates have the rifles, however. I would love him to get an AK. Cheeseball burns. Viridian tucked in towards Dark. Sunshine's going for the fight. He's missing the bullets. Baited into Viridian. It's a 1-to-1. Sunshine's just needs to play with the time. The bomb plant is very close towards the oranges, and he's just running in. Kobe, what are you doing, lad?
No.
You saw him pushing ya.
There's way too many individual errors made in that particular round. Oh, man. I'll be honest and say that I'm not sure who deserved to take the round win there.
It almost felt like a coin flip, didn't it?
Yeah. Unfortunately, Cookie there just empties the entire clip before any players push that smoke. Gets pushed on the reload. To be honest, as I said, it was just really messy. And they're all... Yellow do on a pistol round what they could not on the gun round. And so now you've got Camo just buying in for their, LPL lifeline, effectively.
Yeah.
Lose this series and they're out. Lose this round and they're out.
Yep. We'll see what they're going to be able to deliver. Viridian's cheated his way into the corner, which hasn't been spotted. So if he plays his card right, he will be able to find a timing of rotation, although Nickaz is now being sent over toward the B side, so it just feels even more troublesome for what can have happened for Camo. They've lost Bogeyman over at that B side, so Viridian City is doing everything that he can to try and make things easier for Team Yellow to be able to close out this map, close out this series, and eliminate Camo.
A little gap in that smoke too, but Kobe's not going to be playing around it, so there's just a bit of pressure now being put on this A bomb site, but look at this wrap setup. 2 players here from Camo. They defended really nicely against it before, but this is a big ask for them. I'm looking at the utility, and it's just not looking super healthy now.
Well, they do have the weight of their forces still over at this B site. Going to see what Cyanide can do. It's not generally an angle that is cleared convincingly, but Viridian pushing up Banana. He's cleared it from the top of B itself. Nickaz now head on a swivel for 3. Will he get overwhelmed by Jerry, though? He gets the reload out. Nickaz can't get the 4th. But now he's put it in the realm that PDG can win this one. Bomb plant goes down from Jerry. PDG peeks into water, goes with the swing off the bomb. But it doesn't matter. PDG will still win it in the end.
Nickaz won that. Nickaz won that round for them. Oh my goodness. If there's someone that you need to call at 3 a.m. to be bailed out, it's Nickaz. He's bailing out Camo so hard right now.
Whew. Take a deep breath right now. Team Yellow are going in with pistols because they want guns in the last round of regulation if it does go to number 30.
Man, it is Nickaz versus the world.
Double grenade stacked down Banana on towards Jerry, who's really been brutalized by the amount of utility actually from Molotovs to HEs.
Bit of a cat and mouse scenario, right? Who was the Tom to his Jerry?
That's a good one. That's a good one. All right. Just a free timeout, I guess, for Team Yellow. See what they're going to be able to talk about before getting back into the thick of things in the next round with the purchase.
Yeah, unfortunately for Yellow, this is a round where Camo will be able to build their economy even further. Those 2 players are on MP9s. I mean, one of them will at least be able to upgrade. Depending on who gets fed the kills, to be fair. So, Yellow, all the strategy is going to be put into the next round.
Yep.
Camo playing for OT, though, but this is, Nickaz just deciding to get the info push. Still 30 seconds left in the round, so he could go anywhere.
Well, he's got to fall back. He might spot out timing to the top of mid. Doesn't really matter. Viridian is going to be able to find Cyanide. There's 20 seconds to go. They just need to make sure they die in the live time so they do get money going into the next round. And anything they can take with them is going to be good. Bit of extra damage.
Now,
Let's take away...
Yeah, I was going to say, unfortunately, the rifles go down.
Yeah.
That's not what they wanted. that's actually not what Camo wanted at all. They wanted the players maybe with the MP9s to, you know, take some, maybe take the hits there, but damn.
Well, they left with just Bogeyman on an MP9, and they've got nearly enough utility across the board. I wouldn't have minded Bogeyman with $1,900 buying a helmet because he doesn't have one and a kit.
That's a bit of a head scratcher.
Yeah. Oh, well. It is what it is. Round number 30. Going to be seeing the distance here on Inferno. As Banana Control once again just completely given over by Camo.
I reckon right now he's got that Galil. There's a bullet in that Galil with his name on it for not buying head armor.
Where's he playing? Over at the top of Oranges, so we'd need to have a bit of a wraparound for Jerry to find that.
Yeah, and well, I mean, Yellow here haven't actually been double pumping anything. They've got no utility to do that this round either, so the rotation call from Camo coming towards B here. They've just got to punch a hole in this B side defense and just hope that Jerry can cause enough of a stir on the rotation. They don't have to commit to it though.
Oh, I was going to say, if Cookie made any noise, that would have been disastrous for Yellow, but just get down silently. And now this is the calm before the storm, where there's another smoke. Going to replenish the top of B for Camo. Jerry's done well to find the opening on towards Nick as the player that you probably want to be alive when it comes to D-Day.
Uh-oh.
And PDG's just walked into their crosshairs.
They're busting back up mid. This is great from Kobe though. He finds two, delays the bomb from getting into side even further.
Look how low Sunshine's is as well, 13 HP. At least they cleared out to the side. He's got to be protected this one. Kobe, the HE grenade, it could have ended it all, but as the plant goes down, it turns toward a retake. Cookie with the HP has to be the one to seal the deal for Team Yellow. This crossfire on the site is very fickle. At the moment, shots are out. Bogeyman's in. A great pre-fire from Bogeyman. A second one as well, actually. And now it is on towards Cookie, revealing his position. Kobe, he's going to be second, maybe. The shots are coming out. The defuse. Cookie,
no.
He's blowing my mind right now with the shots. Oh, but Jim. Oh, but Jim. I thought he had it.
Yeah. I thought he'd done it.
Holy.
He'd done, as soon as he got, you know, Bogeyman off that defuse with 3 HP, all he has to do is just cop one. But Cookie had no idea where that was planted.
Oh. Gets
And
the
into
defuse.
OT.
Yeah, gets the defuse in the nick of time, which means the potential of overpass is still going to be here.
Oh, man. Oh, boy. And I'll be honest and say that I feel as though Yellow have let that slip through their fingers a little.
Yeah. Banana progression, though, from Camo. They want to get this one convincingly this time. Bogeyman not going to be taken out by overlooking.
They could punish this push, though. That's exactly what Sunshines looks to do. Looks for the second as well. Not on offer, far away at the top of Banana, but this is great grouping from Yellow. Punching their way into this side. Oh,
They're just winning their duels.
yeah.
That's all it is. There's damage being delivered, but that's the difference what an A1S has against an AK, isn't it? That's why utility is very good for a lack of sentence for the CT side. Getting damage in with mollies, with HE grenades. PDG's focus does shift away from the site, but still manages to find the one on towards Cheeseball. Anything extra would be good for him, but again, he is the last soldier alive. Camo. There's that T-side of round that Team Yellow were looking for previously. A little bit too late, though.
Yeah, it's just, you know, could have been delivered in regulation time, but, you know, each to their own, I guess. That's maybe a point of difference. Team Yellow now just looking to maximize as many rounds as they can on this T side. They've got, you know, all the money you could dream of. CC side, though, running a little low after that, so just feeling the pinch. Obviously investing into that last round with absolutely everything they could. They got all the sides, all the extras, all the combo deals.
And what does this round shape up to be like, however? That smoke's going to do nothing onto Viridian, bar be a sound cue. as he does run into it. So for Camo, that's util dumping. They've used a lot of incendiaries and flashes and smokes over at that B site. You mentioned that the money's already quite fickle for them. Now they're starting to lose control of this round. Player advantage goes the way of Yellow on the opener. Deep Moto Smoke as well will cordon off any rotations that Camo can have for assistance over at this A site. And now with the frag starting to come in from Yellow, it's all on to Nickaz once again. He has to be the saving grace for Camo, and he delivers 2 down, 2 to go. Cheeseball whiffs on towards Cyanide, and now it's just on towards Cookie. It's a bit of a rough one for Team Yellow after what could be argued as a great start. Now 40 seconds. That smoke will start to fade. Cookie, what can he do? Find a headshot on towards Cyanide. He's still looking to go towards this A site. You want to know why? Because the bomb is down in an almost irretrievable position. Trying to just pincer himself with this Tech 9, but it doesn't work, Jim. And Nickaz again, he's been the one to bail Camo out.
Certainly has. Certainly has. Now, all the hard work was done by Yellow in setting up that round. He's definitely make things, I guess, easier now for Camo because, as we saw, their money situation was looking pretty dire on the back of that that round loss. You know, 10k money bonus doesn't really go too far if you lose consecutive CT rounds, but exchange utility just pushes CTs back into the site. They've at least been able to go 1 for 1 here now with that trading carpet, so it's not all bad signs for them, but that's a missed smoke there, actually.
Yeah, it's an offline from Kobe as well. He gets the better of Cheeseball. Now, I wanted to say, riddle me this, Jim. When's the last time you saw 2 AWPs on the T side of Inferno?
Not in a serious game.
Yeah.
Not in a game where it's in OT, to be fair. Maybe a game where the T side is up significantly.
I almost feel like Team Yellow, they could have sealed the deal on this one a little bit earlier, and they're just getting a couple more reps on Inferno at the moment. They'll equalize this up in the 3-3, but now starting to wrap around Kobe. He is sent to the corner at the moment, but can he pull himself out? There's a good first one. He's going to fall away through the smoke. Can he Houdini himself into another frag in this round? A bomb plant goes down. Viridian misses the shot, but he gets the one that was necessary to try and lock down A right now. There's the next one to come through from Bogeyman, and Viridian caught with juggling weapons. That's the 17th found for Camo.
They get themselves that slight advantage on the CT side. That's exactly what they need here. And, well, this is the problem now. They go on to, you know, the next set. They've got to make it work on that T side, haven't they? T side's been a little bit cumbersome for them.
Yeah, they lost a couple of rounds in a row, 4 to elimination. Toward the tail end of the half, you know, there was only 1 bomb plant explosion within that one from Camo. So really need to dig deep to figure out how their T side was played and what they need to do to finish things up here, get us into the 3rd map of this elimination series.
A lot of utility being burnt here, particularly around brackets. CT side still held so much util. Camo have just been dumping it left, right, and center.
That could be a meaty grenade. Look at that one. So much damage delivered. Jerry, Sunshine's going to see what they can do to lock down brackets, but it's only a 1-to-1. I almost feel like that's not enough, specifically when Nickaz is still looking to lurk around this map. There's another one delivered on over for Camo. This could look to be 18 on the board.
We're looking so solid as well. Like, Yellow had such a huge advantage in utility and HP.
Yeah.
And just the grouping. Contact out of Camo. Just far superior. Dare say, though, I mean, each one of those players from Yellow left themselves no room for error. They were each in positions where they didn't really have anyone to trade for them. They were all isolated. So
the difference that just stacking 2 over towards jungle there could do, right?
Yeah, or even, you know, if you've got a player that's playing so far forward in Diggity, you need someone. Yeah, you need someone at least there, you know, supporting and flashing.
Well, that means the only chance for us to go again in OT is for Team Yellow to get the next 2 rounds on the CT side. Otherwise, we are looking to have a little bit of a close down chat and then prepare for map 3.
Yeah, it could be an overpass flavor for the evening if Camo get their map win as well. This is, of course, being their map pick, so I've been buoyed by that a little bit. Because they were kind of beaten out of the second half convincingly on Dust too, but Inferno's been such a close affair. Now, they didn't opt to, you know, emulate their opposition here, but Yellow have gone a double AWP setup again on their CT side, so this is a real roll of the dice for them.
I wonder if PDG spotted Cookie up. It'd be big if he did. This is the double AWP set up again from Team Yellow. Now hear both of them as they do shoot. One to B, one to A. And this is just Cookie over at the B side at the moment, Jim. If he loses his life, could be GG.
Fortunately, there's no pressure coming out just yet. Now,
oh, Sunshine.
That's easy.
Oh, he's lucky to get away with that one. He's going to go it again with another HE grenade, and this time it's going to get the better of him. You can always count on Nikez to be able to win some big duels. And now Jerry needs to come up with the goods with this crossfire. Cyanide is going to remove him of his head. Big shot to come out from Viridian at the moment, but he needs another one. Maybe not. Cheeseball's here to assist, and now it's all onto Nikez. This 1 versus 3, starting to pivot around, but the sidearm is going to get the better of him in the end. And for Team Yellow, they needed something big. It is delivered.
Nikez needed to bring up 40 frags there to win that round and the game. But not to be the case. So they get out of it here. Camo. They bought up everything. Some of these players now have even got the Tech 9 P250 sidearms. Like, they've got depth of everything. Yellow have got a decent buy, all things considered too. So this is a round where stakes could be the difference.
The difference that Viridian City being double scoped there would have actually made as well, because you could have seen the noggin, and then we're playing the old game of did it hit, did it not hit? Get CSGO'd from view model. Incendiary placed at a nice little position. We'll do a little bit of damage on towards Cyanide, Kobe, and Bogeyman.
Just splits the defense, doesn't
He's hungry. He's hungry. Cookie wants more. Maybe a little bit overzealous with that last one there, Jim. You've gotten 2 fall back. Play the numbers. 5 versus 3. We've seen a situation of 5 versus 3s turn upside down here tonight already.
Yeah, that Molotov's far more effective in stopping the rush.
Nikez is on his lurk again, Jim.
Oh. Timing everything on this push through the smoke too. At B.
Oh, you've heard Viridian City in towards the library. That's a big kill for Kobe to win. Viridian, I don't know if he's read Nikez's flank or if he's gotten some lucky timing, but that is one of the frags that might have just got them over the edge in this round. They know Kobe is stuck in construction. That flash goes awry. Cheeseball, he can't quite work around the fountain, but he will get it done. And now it's PDG left frolicking. See what he can do. You can't go save Pete, remember? He's going to cheat or rotate over towards the A site. He will beat them there.
Foot race, yeah. He should be able to beat them up ticketing.
But can he get a plan?
Jerry might be getting there around the same time.
The molly. He's got an opportunity to fall back, use his util. He doesn't need to go for these frags. He's got a full kit of util, and he's opened up an opportunity for PDG to win this by finding 2 1v1s, but it doesn't matter. Viridian City is very quick with that EWP. I would love to see the replay of that one. Oh, Eddie. Stop it.
Dear me. Dear me. We go into the next set of OT. Both of these two teams unable to be separated. Oh, man. This is starting to get into that territory where I guess teams start to run out of ideas, or do they throw something entirely funky into the mix?
The funny thing is as well, I was asked 45 minutes ago by someone in my household if they could use the microwave. For those that don't know, the microwave kills the internet at my house. Something about radio waves and all that being close to the router. And they keep asking, can I yet? It's just no, because this game keeps going.
Yeah, look, to be honest...
Good entertainment.
I don't know what's going to cook you more, Dion. Watching more of this or your microwave, mate?
What do you mean, Jim? We've got some good Counter-Strike right now. 4 players for Team Yellow over at the A site once again, really giving Cookie a lot of pressure to not fall over, as Sunshines will fall back after just being stampeded upon over at the brackets, jungle side rather. And this round is just Camo holding W, isn't it? Finding all the frags necessary. They overlook someone playing in apartments. There's got to be Viridian. He's locked out at the moment as the bomb goes down. how has he gotten that frag through the smoke? That is an interesting. And he's even aware of PDG, who's going to sidestep him out. Sunshine's and Cookie now. Flash in. Doesn't spot out Kobe on the side. Oh, the pillar. Kobe is just playing around it. He's working the side, using the map. And the round is done.
Quick as you like. That's brilliant from Kobe. He didn't have to take any duels. He didn't have to do anything. He just essentially does a little dance around the middle of the site. And that's enough to just keep keep Yellow, sorry, in stasis. He couldn't take any duels. Time is ticking. Just baits him even further into these crossfires, and so now we can see Yellow just feeling the pinch of that CT side. So if they don't capitalise and take this round, they find themselves in a pretty tough spot heading into the third of OT on that CT side.
Well, if this goes Camo's way as well, you know, the only way Team Yellow win, they have to get one round on the CT side, right? Otherwise, they have to get the rest of the T side. So losing Radiant City at the very beginning and now losing Sunshine is definitely not the way you want to be seeing things unfold. It's all on towards Jerry to get something around from the pit where the pre-fires are just going to start to come out. And Kobe wins that duel. It goes from bad to worse to dire as it's just on towards Cheeseball. Snowball's chance in hell of a retake in this round, and it's going to be 20 for Camo.
Yeah, all they've done is change the pace. Like, they actually haven't done anything super crazy, right? Like, they've just changed the pace here a little bit, particularly in that mid round, and that has really put Team Yellow on the back foot. So the spacing's been quite good from them. They've been able to isolate a lot of individual duels, and it's just that amped up pacing with isolating individual duels. That's just netted Camo some of these round wins here, and well, Cheeseball will be able to save his M4, but the money. Look at it on the CT side. That's disastrous. He won't be able to save that M4 either. That is pretty much code red here for Team Yellow, but what's the bet? The pistols get a better job done than the rifles on the CT side.
We've seen more done with less, haven't we? So I definitely don't want to count Team Yellow out to be able to find a round such as this. Which, for all their effort, for the chances that they had to close out this series, you know, it kind of feels hard done by, right? Camo have really reached deep to be able to pull out a couple of needed rounds, and now in OT, it feels like we're getting a different Camo in OT, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah, this is just the pace of the game is a little bit faster. Just spacing is a little bit better on their T side.
The rest of the team is also getting a couple of frags here and there. It's not just Nikez doing what he needs to do.
Yeah, Nikez is no longer a solo act here in OT.
Six from the molly. Going to be heard as Jerry is forced to fall on back. A rotation's actually going to happen from Cookie towards the A site. So if you're trying to beat rotations as Camo, you're doing quite well.
That utility here is going to really cost the CT side, and that's just a nice little entry into B. Makes it really difficult for the retake here with very limited util stocks.
Yeah, no kits, no real util. You need a couple of frags. You almost need some util dropped over with these kills as Cookie is going to steal an AK-47 for the retake. He's also going to be blinding himself. Try not to do that one on the second time and see what you can do to get on in. A couple of frags coming through from Team Yellow. They're fancying themselves a chance here where they line up for Cyanide. And now for Kobe, he's waiting to push through his chance over at the Banana. Doesn't matter, as he's lost his life to Viridian. Sunshines gets Cyanide. And Jim, that was the one CT side of round that Team Yellow actually needed to make sure we don't have another round of OT. So they've given themselves a lifeline.
What'd I tell you? They do it on pistols. They do it on like the roughest buy possible. So feels like guns could only complicate their task. For whatever reason it is, they are doing a better job and have done a better job without any rifles, so to speak of, and very minimal utility. Like, I don't know whether that's a great job from Yellow or capitulation from Camo. It's a fine line between the two, but we go again. These two teams swapping sides now. Dear me. Didn't think this one would go to OT the way things were going. Felt as though Yellow had a nice sizable lead.
Well, they've gotten brackets control pretty easy and early, so they can do a lot with, although PDG wildly spraying through a smoke is not really going to do anything. Nikez was probably not the intended target, so he's been a little bit hard done by with some extra damage delivered to PDG as well. Does make things a little bit more decisive for Yellow to close out from here. Back towards Banana, however, they do start to fan out as Camo have 2 towards each site for the time being.
Bogeyman just going to opt to play around that smoke. Oh. That fade timing. Well, it's not going to fade now, but Sunshine might be just on the edge of it, actually.
Oh, he's been done in. I think there was a little bit of that fading. I don't know if you call it a buzz, but yeah. And you got Molly there as well. There's just 30 seconds to go before they start to rotate back over towards the A site. They definitely will beat the CTs here because there's nobody home for Camo. So I guess by the skin of their teeth, Team Yellow will be lucking in towards a chance to tie things up here at 20. Well, not really skin of their teeth. They've done so quite nicely with leaving Cookie over towards the A side to play that lurk.
They're actually going to just hard save by the look of it.
Yeah.
Actually, no, they're going to go around through... it's a weird call, but ends them up in the same spot.
Brilliant needs to win this duel right now. Otherwise, there's 2 positions that Camo can get in for the retake, and that is one quite nicely. Now, Bogeyman has to go for the save, so he will be tied up 20 apiece.
What do you do at this stage here? Like, if you're Camo, right? Like, you're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. 41 frags for Nikez. At least they saved that weapon out. Lost bonus is accruing for them, so the buy is just going to continue to be there, but with it being drawn neck and neck right now, at least Camo have given themselves every fighting chance by losing rounds. You know, that lost bonus is accrued for them. They've been able to save weapons out. If you're Team Yellow, I don't know. Opening exchanges. I feel as though they've sort of strayed a little bit from their initial game plans, and it's actually really working out in their favour. This lucid game style has really worked out for both of these 2 teams, but again, it's just individuals making the difference in these rounds. Even just as far as like positioning changes go, like they've moved this AWP around the CT side, and it hasn't necessarily worked for them.
That's something I was going to mention about PDG at the moment, because he's playing over towards the pit in this round, leaving Kobe and Nikez over towards the jungle side of things. And, well, now that Nikez gets in front of Grave from the wraparound, he's still finding frags, right? He's still finding damage while his teammates are losing their lives and elevating himself on top of the side. He even gets a little bit of damage out extra, but losing his life does mean Bomb Plant can go down. And we're going to have to go into what a retake scenario. Will they fancy pushing through the smoke at the moment? Is there even a gap for Cookie to exploit at the moment? Cyanide has to be real careful. He's been seen. And now it's just on towards Bogeyman. He saved before. And it looks like he's saving again. I can hear a couple of clicks in the chat. Has somebody died sillily? Or has something good happened and people are saying, well done, well played, nice try?
Sillily.
Sillily.
Oh dear.
It's that point in the night and we're in the best of the first.
Yeah, so we're in the first. We're in the second map of the night.
Yeah.
We've already reached that point.
It's been a long day, Jim.
This is what we call Groundhog Day. You know, when you get onto a map like this and a lot of the rounds are playing out the same, it just feels as though you're caught in this endless time loop.
Yeah. Well, good thing for Cheese Ball is that he's still got money to buy again in toward this next round, which, to be honest, you know, could be the be-all and end-all of this series, right? There's no real weaponry for Camo to convincingly get everybody a weapon. That being said, we have seen a lot of pistol rounds be won, so I really don't want to just, you know, call it early. Of course.
Yeah, this is the downside of not converting rounds on the CT side in a 10k OT scenario. Eventually you run out of money.
Yeah.
Even if you're saving in a lot of these rounds, eventually you run out of money. Because
under control.
In all honesty, you have this like false sense of security with the economy that you can go for these sorts of rounds, and you usually 1 or 2 players too deep to the retake to effectively save.
Yeah. Just wondering as well, there's 2 smokes at the bottom of Banana. If they're both thrown from Camo, they've been dropped another smoke over towards Cyanide at this B site. Maybe one was from the T's. I didn't quite catch that, but relatively free Banana control. They did dispatch of Bogeyman playing up on top of this new box earlier, so I wonder if that's going to be checked again. I would expect so.
Oh,
that's a miss volley.
Yeah, it just forced the Cyanide out though.
Oh, the second one landed on top of the fountain. It didn't quite land on the floor, so goes by the wayside. Nevertheless, 30 seconds to go. A CT smoke goes down. That's a perfect flashbang to at least cause a little bit of misery over towards Yellow. But now they start to progress in towards the site. That would have been a brilliant vertical flick, but Bogeyman finds the frag. Cyanide and Nick has as well, and this round is crumbling to pieces. That's the one that Camo wanted to make us go into OT number 3.
Have you ever felt like this? Yeah. It just feels as though we're going around the twist here.
Yep.
It's a brilliant round though from Camo. I actually didn't think the double stack would be super effective once I saw that wave of utility come through, but Miss Molotov's actually costing Yellow at the key moments, so Camo still retain that CT side. Super aggressive push here.
Oh, that's a big pick.
Great from Cookie.
That is a big needed one. That's Nick as well gone. The big burly beast from Camo. Really being the one to pull a lot of these rounds out for them. You know, the difference that a round opening like this makes if it was last round as well, right?
Yeah, 43 kills. That's
I almost feel like he
effort.
has quietened down though in the last couple.
I feel like they've been avoiding him, Yellow. I feel like they've really been trying to avoid him. But again, you can see they're trying to vary themselves a lot here, Camo. Switch things up, trying to make things a little different from round to round.
Oh, is that a one-way? That is cheeky from Cyanide.
No happiness for Cyanide, though.
No. At least he didn't bite the bullet. Down to 4 HP. Kobe needs to be very careful if he is isolated over a jungle side. I feel like he fancies himself still a little bit of a challenge. He would love to be calling for a flashbang from Bogeyman, but will fall on back as the T's do throw in some util of their own. Kobe on this offline might be able to get something happening, but now he has to retreat in towards the site. There's 3 CTs here that Team Yellow need to be contending with, and Bogeyman from the pit is going to be one of them. Found a frag. Now it's just PDG on the side, 100 HP. There's the first one, head on a swivel. Can get a second through the box, but by that time, the bomb plant will be afforded, and Cyanide with this 4 HP to his name, Jim. We'll see what he can do. I guess he does have the element of not being known at the moment where he was, but Sunshines will peek his head up and find him. There's that T-side for Yellow.
That's what I was talking about before, that false sense of security, that you've got money to last for days on the CT side, so you go for these situations like Cyanide did just then, rather than just save. That money could have been so useful in, like, you know, maybe the 3rd round of this OT set on CT for Camo. But you know, he tries an unwinnable situation, really, in that. Like, it's a low percentage chance, right? But yeah, I mean, that was always going to be a really awkward hold. As soon as you got that 3rd player that's playing around jungle and library, pushed into the site, and they're already aggressing from carpets, that guy in carpet has got to swivel and try and hold from the archway side, and it just never works out. It's too much pressure. They're too compressed to effectively crossfire, and Camo just get pincered in that scenario.
Nick has been the first one to die here again, Jim, and with no trade yet coming out, this goes from bad to worse once more for Camo. Really need to see a couple of their other names be activated right now, specifically towards this A site. You do see Viridians pushed in towards their spawn as well, so just making sure all of the angles are cleared. Kobe's done well to find that one against Cookie. It would have been an awesome vertical downward flick to be able to find that one, but this is where Viridian starts to peek on in, and timing wise, he's going to get spotted out. This is not a duel that you want to be really fighting against, but Jerry there at least with the trade. PDG in the pit, spotted out. He's going to be missing his chance as well to find this duel cleanly. Jerry wins that one, and now the rotations for Camo have to come.
Bomb plant will be nice and secure too, so really on that player in the pit to try and stay alive in this clutch situation, but Bogeyman and Cyanide, they're actually going to go for this, you know, 3v2. If they find an early kill here, a lot of it's going to be on Bogeyman. His position unknown to Yellow, but he's just too far away.
Yeah, They've
Make that call.
called the audible to keep their guns into the next round because they've, really purchased up. As you mentioned, 10K in OT can get the better of you if you do lose those first 2 rounds. So the priority is to have enough to get something happening in the next round.
Yep. Well, they didn't make that, save call on... Oh, okay.
Okay.
I think Cheese Balls would have survived there.
Yeah, that's not a friendly finish to a round.
I mean, it's the last set of OT, sure, but I don't know how that works for your mental.
I think you just have to throw it away because you've still got the money.
Correct, but
full focus into
don't
this round.
Appreciate that.
Because if it goes Yellow's way, right, that means that they've gotten all 3 T-sided rounds. And they've actually found the first opener as well. It's not onto Nickaz this time. It is onto PDG. Bit ambitious and unlucky at the same time from him. At the top of brackets. Will Kobe, will Kobe be expecting Cheeseball to be this close?
Likewise, will Cheeseball hard clear that angle? This is just like a rhetorical question.
Oh,
they back out.
Again, these little things in different situations, right? If he had a teammate to flash him on the line, could have potentially found something, but now he's falling in towards the pit. Single HE and a Molotov is going to force him out. Softened up, missing the spray. This is go time for Team Yellow to try and close the map here, Jim. The frags are starting to come on through. Nick has just forced off the line. The other 2 members for Camo over at that B site. They're going to have a 5 versus 3 retake.
Yeah, Nick is on 15 HP too, so this is going to get really difficult for them. Even more so now being a 5v2.
Yep, this is definitely going to be a massive fumble of the ball if Yellow do fall from here on out. Cyanide and Bogeyman to see what they can do. There is the first one going their way. They've got the kits, remember, and a smoke. So, I don't know, maybe a world in which this one can be done, but that world is starting to become non-existent as Cookie bunkers down with that AWP. And that is, another round that goes over towards the T's. Yeah. 24 secured for them.
Yeah, look, it was a very close match in the end. I actually thought that, we might have had a situation where one of these 2 teams really streaked away. It was looking like potentially Camo could have been that team, but then Yellow were also in that position, particularly towards the, the second half. Late in that second half, they had quite a sizable lead, and it felt as though they let Camo back in. It was just one simple round. It was a change of pace. They recognized that there was a double Molotov coming through Banana, and they decided to make sure that things were looking a little bit, I guess in their favour by rushing A. But, man, I don't know. This one's still not, convincing for either one of these teams here, and there's still a little bit to play for. So
correct, and
this could get a little bit hairy.
For those wondering why we did just quickly switch to us as well, you might do the math and realize that the game's still not done. We still need to have that CT-sided play out on the Switch. There's just a tech pause called at the moment that we got to get a couple of things reset in toward the server. So instead of, just staying in the server, we'll fly to us so you guys can see us. It's a tech pause from Team Yellow. So for those that, may have just joined us, 24-21 is the scoreline. Team Yellow leading. They need 1 round on this, CT side to win it. And then they will be eliminating Camo, Jim.
Yeah, otherwise, if they don't, then we're going to Overpass, which is the 3rd map. And look, to be honest, it's a tough ask to try and, I guess, get yourself out of this scenario if you are Camo, right? Like, yeah, it is your map pick, but by this stage of the game, you're in, in OT, and you've probably run through every little bit of strategy that you've got. I dare say they probably ran through every little bit of strategy they got in regular time. But, what do they change here? They've tried to change the pace. They've tried to change things up positionally. That's both of these 2 teams, by the way. But, Camo, they're the ones that need the, the conversion rate here. They need that round all these rounds to go their way if they want to force another OT. Correct. And, they potentially play for that 3rd map. So, look, it's a stretch of the imagination, but it's not impossible.
And it's on the T side now that Camo goes into as well. Just a quick shout out. Thank you all for just being patient during that quick little intermittent pause that we did have here to get things reset in the server. But we are back in. And Team Yellow, as we've been saying, 1 round away from securing victory here. And for Camo, on the T side of things, need to get all 3 in a row. We haven't had a team getting all 3 yet in our 3 OTs until Team Yellow just did. So definitely a difficult thing that Camo have to fight against now.
The opening round exchange of utility. Nobody hitting the panic button just yet, though. Camo have to be very composed in what they're doing at the moment. Just they've been able to push Yellow back into the site, so it's a good start. They've got control of the flow of information for the CT side. Oh, that's not good, though, giving yourself up to Cookie without any supporting utility either.
Yeah, free frag, 500 HP still on the board for Team Yellow, and Cyanide and Kobe, they start to go down very low. Cyanide spotted getting in front of this util, but Cookie has his name and maybe his number as well. Gonna be phoning a friend here is Camo to get back in towards this round. Cheeseball tucked in, a gorgeous flash and a bit of an awkward spray. Cheeseball still gets the job done. Sunshine's there, 5 alive for Team Yellow. Now we come back towards us. It is GG over to Team Yellow. Camo are eliminated.
It is unfortunate for Camo, but I mean, as far as the side of Team Yellow are concerned, they got it done. They got themselves finally a good streak of rounds on that T side, and that was the difference. They were able to get that 3-0 in OT, then put themselves on an easier streak in that CT side. So yeah, as I said, it felt as though both these two teams had sort of just run through all the ideas that they had. It was just down to individual timing and changes of pace, and just the small adjustments that they were making round by round that proved to be the difference maker. So yeah, as far as Camo are concerned, probably not too happy. Like on paper, they had what was a very strong roster when you probably looked at Team Yellow and compared it, but Yellow were the better team. They just looked far more composed. Cookie was getting a lot of work done with that AWP, so it makes a big difference in a matchup like this where you didn't really have a strong AWP contending for Camo, and I think that's probably where they started to really miss out on a lot of these things. Yeah, you could say that they had scouts on Dust too, but like it's just different. Like when you're able to make that instant conversion of a kill when you hit that shot, it just I think their money management on Dust 2 kind of hindered Camo a little bit, but they fixed that right up on Inferno, and they were far more competitive. But Yellow were just the better team.
Definitely agree with you, and we do now have Cheeseball on the line to be able to have a couple of quick thoughts about that game there. Cheeseball, number 1, how you doing? Number 2, it took you guys a little bit to get over the line. How you feeling? Oh, can you?
I don't know if this is my end or your end.
Might just be. Well, it seems like we have a little bit of audio issues there, so it's a little bit unfortunate. But sometimes that does happen. We will be getting ready for our next series, guys, which is going to be Warriors versus Elemental. We'll throw to a break, and we'll be back for that one, so stay tuned.
ora whanau, that guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Taimaki Makoto to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Taimaki Makoto. Counting down. Punch it. Let me at him. Hey! Free air. Whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists.
Rocat. Experience precision.
Welcome back to the Biocode Lab CSGO Pro Season number 2 for 2022. Of course, we have just witnessed our first series. It took a little bit longer than maybe some out there would have thought, but Team Yellow did get it over the line, Jim, which means we are setting up at the moment for our second series between the Vodafone Warriors and between Elemental.
Yeah, there was a few moments there where it could have gone potentially into that third map, but it only went to 2, and I think any fans of the series there would have been wanting that third, but unfortunately it was Team Yellow that came away with the victory. I'm looking forward to this next matchup, though, because it does not feel as though it was too long ago. These two teams went head-to-head, albeit with some slightly different lineups, but this is different. This is an elimination match now.
Yep, absolutely. Let's go ahead and jump straight into it. Let's see who is going to be on which rosters, because you've just alluded to it that it is a little bit of a shake-up being in these team names. So we'll start off with Elemental.
Absolutely. Now, obviously, the big change there for them is the lack of Word, who was playing for them not too long ago. They brought in Talaj, who was previously of Nutty Gaming. Now, he was such a solid performer for that Nutty roster, and I think actually would bolster this roster a little bit in Elemental. So I'm excited to see what he does, because obviously we know that some of the players on this Elemental roster, particularly Isaiah, is quite a dynamic player, also good on the cams when we get those going.
Yeah, he's very animated, that is for certain. But of course, switching over in towards the Vodafone Warriors, some names that a lot of people might be more familiar with because they've been around a lot longer, at least from memory and from interaction's sake. But yeah, this is their roster. Just want to shout them out right now because they don't have photos. Obson and Kaisen, what are you doing?
Normally, like, Obson has got the best photos out, so I think he's really missed an opportunity to at least further his brand there. But I mean, obviously, as far as experience goes, these guys have got it in droves as well. Obviously, Calamari, Obson, and Prodigy have been around for quite some time as individuals, and I don't know. It's funnily enough, I feel as though it's been Drox and Kaisen who've been real surprise packages for them, being able to put in some solid numbers for them. But, as we said, there are some more experienced players in this roster.
No, absolutely. And of course, something that we were seeing in the last series was the lack of AWP to come through from Camo, but the AWP of Cookie coming on through. So brought to you by BioLab. You have said, by Code Lab rather, you have said that you wanted the AWP players in towards this series, Jim.
Absolutely. And I think, the video is going to reflect that. Both these two teams do have some very strong AWPers on their roster. And in fact, that was probably, the key difference maker in the last time that they played in another domestic league. And it was actually Obson and both Isaiah that were top fragging for both of those two teams. The difference was, though, Obson just essentially took the series into his own hands. There was like plus 25 in the series. It was such a I guess, big impact player. And that's what we're looking for from these two players. It's impact. It's the start of the rounds. We saw how much of a difference it made from, Cookie in the last series, that having a big player with that AWP making big impact is just so much, I guess, of a release for the rest of the team because it just allows more space for them.
Yeah, well, I wonder if the veto is going to provide us with an AWP paradise or if we're going to get something a little bit different. I'm a bit sad that we didn't get Overpass in the previous series. We're not going to get it here. We are going straight down the guts of the map pool, it would seem. Dust 2 Barrage, and if we need it, Inferno. That
is dead set the exact same veto that they played last time. So, if you if you think it's Groundhog Day, it might just be. But these are obviously maps that these two teams are quite familiar with, not just each other on, but playing to their strengths. Obviously, we know Dust 2 and Mirage, big AWP arenas. If you can get those going early on, that can be the real difference maker. And we know that Obson is a player that does like to switch things up, particularly on Mirage as well. As far as Dust 2 is concerned, well, it's just it's just an arms race on that map. So I think going straight down the middle of the map pool, no big surprise there. Both of these two teams, obviously, looking to broaden their map pool, but against one another, this is the best set of maps.
Who are you more leaning towards coming in towards this this matchup, knowing that we've got the same map pool, knowing that we're both witnesses of the previous series that these guys played against each other? Where are you more leaning towards?
Look, to be honest, I think this is still a little bit of a coin flip if you were to look at things, but it was Warriors that took away the last series. Now, I actually think it's going to be Elemental that would be taking this series. Reason being is I actually think they made enough mistakes to learn from them in the previous series where you could probably say that Vodafone Warriors capitalized on those mistakes. They weren't making a lot of mistakes of their own.
Yeah, that's very fair. I think I lead over towards Vodafone Warriors a little bit more, but we'll have to wait and see between this rival that we have here. Let's jump in towards Dust 2, the map starters option.
It certainly is. Now, as we said, I don't know, it gets written off a little bit as a pug map from time to time. Honestly, it just depends on the caliber of the teams playing it. So let's just see whether or not these two teams can get going early on. As we said, it's just going to be an arms race to who can get that AWP in their hands and maintain it for the longest. But both of these two teams do have a very solid fundamental understanding of how things work. And now, what we did notice from these two teams last time that they played was the CT side was just a little bit lackluster. It was the T sides that they were really starting to, show a lot of difference. But when it wasn't, it was particularly on this map, it was the CT sides that were a little bit lackluster. But let's just see.
Yeah, well, Jox has already been able to get away with one, and so has Prodigy. Everybody getting a bit of the action. I don't even get a chance to speak a full sentence, it would seem, because the round is just done.
I don't think you need to.
Wow.
The action unfolded right in front of us, but they just went for something super aggressive, super basic, and I don't know, when you don't have a lot of utility to really push the players off their lines on that CT side, crossfires are so much easier to hold. That's great work from the B anchor to get all the jobs done. So no buy coming in from Elemental here. A little bit more discipline. They want to try and make things work a little bit. Sometimes you see teams that are tempted to buy in to these sorts of rounds. Now, obviously no bomb plant either. Definitely swayed their decision. But I wouldn't say that certainly other realms of possibility for them to get a bomb plant in this round. I'm looking at the way that they're positioned here. If they get those two players off that short line, they might be able to get themselves some success here. But Prodigy's just gone and decided he's had enough of this round, but he's given himself away a little cheaply there.
Remember, we've got to throw it back to our previous series, Jim. We saw the Glocks, and only the Glocks get the job done.
Oh, man.
So we'll have to wait and see if it can get closed out here. Obson with the scout should be able to pick them apart, but taking out a 62 HP might be a little bit more off for him, but taking some swings, he's not missing in this one. A bomb plant from Isaiah is actually pretty good, not gonna lie.
Given that there was pretty much zero investment to get a bomb plant out of that round, ensures that they actually have such good money leading into this next round. So their first gun round is going to be awesome for them, and pretty much enables Isaiah to get that pretty much straight off the bat. So it's a good yield for them to get that bomb plant, as we said, for free. They didn't invest really too much in that round whatsoever, so that's as good as it can get.
I wonder if the AWP from Isaiah is going to catch anyone on the Warriors off guard, as we do know that he is a very fast AWP player. I go as far to say he's very Alistair-esque with how he plays this game. It's always been a nice picture to watch unfold. But taken down to half HP already.
Yeah, cops a running scout.
Yep.
As we saw in the last series, that could be really difficult to deal with. But very slow approach now. I mean, you've even still got a player posted up in T-spawn. I'm expecting a very slow, methodical approach here from Elemental. That's what we've been noticing from them, is like they have a very rigid structure. And they don't really vary from it too much, particularly in these early opening exchanges. But Obza misses another chance to put some damage down, but that Molotov's going to buy them time. They have, however, given up short, and that's such a key spot for Elemental to take.
Thing is, Vodafone Warriors still do have control over at Long Bedroom. Prodigy has snuck himself in there with that MP9, so there's a lot of avenues for a retake to come on through from the Warriors. They can go for short later. They can definitely do it through long, which is probably going to be the position that they want to be doing it from, if they even get in toward the site, because this scout can certainly do a bit of damage onto the players that are already taken low. Obson trying to provide himself with a little bit of the one way to pick over this smoke right now, but the short plant does start to go down, and if this does go down in the 5v5, it would be more awkward. There's the shots start to come on out. Calamari could try and find two, but it's Talaj, the newest member of this Elemental roster, really running in towards this round. Tyson good for a couple in return. Talaj taken down. Tyson looking to close it for himself as well, which he will. You go from the 4K, or rather the 3K of Talaj. I thought he got 4, but then it's actually Kyson to get 4.
Yeah, they've just bested one another. Like, that's a awesome entry.
Valve seriously need to remove that.
No, they don't. They don't.
Yes, they do.
Absolutely not.
You need a button or a bind to say, like, allow suppressor removal or something like that. It's what the button is, and you map it off mouse button too.
Absolutely not.
You like
they don't need to remove it because it allows human error to unfold.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
You can't automate all these things. Like, they've already taken ammo out of the equation, right? Like, how much easier do they need to make it?
Well, the flashbangs exist, and it makes it easier for Rory, apparently, to race car peak himself. But his teammate does lose his life, so this is a purchase for Elemental, of course, with getting the plant down and having max loss bonus money come into their pockets each round. An opportunity for Reaps at the moment to find something playing this lurk role, as the dust does start to settle around long.
They do have control, though. That's the best part. They have that player in hit. Reaps is doing a great job of just holding it down in mid. He only gets one, though. Makes Prodigy certainly rethink his position, but now as they start to progress towards A, they have a softened opponent to duel with.
I was going to say, if they had any idea of what was going on over at long, you could definitely see Prodigy jump down and get that AWP off Obsent, offset his HP, play Bogdan Law, but landed up on towards the site. Prod has to start to fall back. Chief's Molly would be really well placed onto Prodigy, but he's gotten his frag with 5 HP. He's done his thing for the round. Shouldn't be relied upon for too much. No reload before the action does come towards him, but he peeks again and he finds Rory. 5 HP. Prodigy coming up with the goods in this round. And now it is just onto Talaj. 20 seconds. Doesn't drops on top of short. Yes, he does. Through the smoke finds Obson. That is ridiculous.
Oh my goodness. Just when he thought, how does Prodigy get away with 2 kills on 5 HP under circumstances like that? Talaj has just gone and topped that. What is this? We've just had 2 rounds where a player's gotten a 3K, which is like, you know, Talaj, again, just going ham, opening up that A-bomb site, Kyson matching that. And now you've got another situation where you've got 2 players just trying to best one another. So that's the best possible Counter-Strike that we're seeing. It's not great for the economy of either of these 2 teams, but it's great for entertainment value.
Yeah, you always got to be careful as well when that CT cross smoke does go down and you play close towards the wall, right? It's a very common position for a CT to be sitting at, but for Talaj just to... I don't know if someone commed it or if there was a little bit of a smoke fade bug or if there was something happening. Regardless, his crosshair positioning was perfect in that 1 versus 2.
Yeah.
Didn't even... Wow, didn't even phase him. Made it look so easy.
I mean, sometimes that's just a line that, like, you just straight spam down, right? Like, how many times have you seen a CT bounce a flash off that wall?
Yep.
And try and pop themselves out, but Drox, bit
this is where it
adventurous.
gets really rough for Drox. He's good for one. Kyson needs that frag trade, and it does happen as well. And AWP actually glossed over as Obscent misses the shot. We'll see what he can do with it on a retake. One of the hardest bomb sites that Counter-Strike has to offer us today. We've got a little bit of util, just a bit. Smoke for prod, a couple of flashes. Can't push Isaiah out of this back flat position. They have to try and just creep through the progression smoke that has been thrown, and time is of the essence. It's ticking away. These players don't have kits at the moment. Prodigy going to be good for the first frag. Spotting out Isaiah. They find him, and they know Chief is under the window at the moment. Again, Jim, I mentioned there's no kits.
Yeah.
Is there time?
Oh, it's going to be pretty close.
Well, he's sticking it, so there must be.
Yeah. I don't think the music's playing for him just yet, but it's a good retake. Normally in that sort of situation where you throw that trickle smoke out from upper dark, you become a fish in a barrel. It's very difficult for you to try and fight back from there. All you've got to try and do is get the power position. That's exactly what they were able to do. They were able to just push through, persist, weren't dragged by the bullets they were copying from that Galil. So, yeah, Elemental, after winning quite an exciting round in the previous, they surrendered that one despite getting the bomb plant down.
Gotta be careful challenging through the guts of mid with a scout. Drox taken down, but Obson with the AWP. I don't know if he's taken a shot with it just yet, but if he did, he's missed it. So, shame on him. An opportunity to take Rory out of the round. So Elemental have long control. They do also get Rory into the pit.
Can do damage with that scout too, and as soon as that is recognised, no one from Warriors really wants to face that. Happy to just try and let them progress up mid. There is only one player on A though, so that rotate is a little bit far off. Obson obviously recognising that. AWP coming through. It's always difficult to play the AWP from the low line, but actually just catch players out. He's done himself dirty though.
Yeah, now that's a shot only coming out onto the head of Chief, but no kill. Damage delivered. An opportunity for Elemental to get a second round on the board, but Calamari pushes in front, maybe too overzealous if he peeks into Isaiah with the AWP. A lot of time for Elemental to put a pause on this round as well. Fancy yourself a fallback to the pit. The HE grenade is just going to tickle Isaiah as the plant does start to go down. Drox is on a mission to get this flank right now. Spotted out Chief, so there's two approach spots from the Warriors. Drox, see if he can get on the right angle. Isaiah baited out by the shot of short. He loses his teammate now, and it's all on himself, jumping into Callum Murray's crosshair. And you think maybe Elemental are going to be able to steal away around. Unfortunately not. The Warriors will get it back.
Yeah, Obson giving up that AWP, and then Isaiah picking it up, saying thank you. Picking up the player in CT makes things very interesting, but he then needed to go on and hit one of those next two shots to try and make things doable. In the end, just wasn't able to under pressure. A lot of pressure for a player to absorb, but Elemental now, they got that buy coming through. That bomb plant is, great guns for them. But Vodafone Warriors are starting to try and build their own economy too. Big change of pace there from Chief.
Definitely a chance for Elemental to start to get a couple of rounds on the board here. Money for Vodafone Warriors quite resettable after losing players time and time again.
Oh, that Molotov timing. Perfect to push back the players progressing through lower dark, so just a readjustment though. Chief's got the position here long, and I mean, how keen are Vodafone Warriors for this pick?
Yeah, they really want to get on towards Chief, not knowing maybe that Isaiah was there as well, but Isaiah's lost his life. Chief goes in for a reload. It's quicker to pull out your sidearm, but with CTs missing their shots, maybe you get afforded another chance. Callum Murray removes that possibility, and with the bomb down, this round is looking pretty peachy for Warriors to close out.
That was such a big risk for the CT side to take, though. 3 push down long to try and, again, contend with 3 players at long on the T side. That's such a risky maneuver from Vodafone Warriors, but it pays off. Don't know if it's advisable. Don't know if it was the right play.
Well, this is the right one for Kyson, sitting in CT spawn when the opponents are going to drop in for you. Now just down to Talaj. And for what I said earlier, it's worth its weight in gold now for Vodafone Warriors to hold all their weaponry, and they will do so. Obson to close.
That is a decent way to round out the round. I don't know, I feel like this is a pretty bread and butter shot for Obson.
Yep. It's not one that you would be missing. You know,
yeah, he loves
should
his
be the
single
gimme.
scope. Precisely. Unfortunately, for Elemental, they really seem to have ground to a halt on their T side. So they were looking quite good. The round that they did get was actually quite a strong performance. They've been so close so many times. They've gotten themselves into the rounds. They've got the bomb plants down. They've got themselves into post-plant positioning, which has let them down a few times. But
yeah, I'm going back through the statistics of the map. The last time these guys played on this map. Yeah, 16-11 towards Elemental with a 7-8 half. They got 7 rounds on the T side. So their CT side, you know, they got 9 to Warriors 3. That is a good shot from Isaiah to start off on Obson. That is an AWP down. If that's retrievable, it could be damaging.
Now the question is, yeah, yeah, of course, this is the kind of shot Isaiah goes for all the time. He gets punished for it this time around.
Yeah, the what if he finds that one, but now Callum Murray's lost his life, so the AWP is still retrieved and a player advantage for Elemental. I wonder how many times this AWP is going to be passed around the team.
It's the village AWP. Everybody gets to go. Now they're all going to regroup towards long, and funnily enough, CTs are also thinking something similar. All going to try and converge on the middle of the map.
They're thinking that they were already into the B site. So Prodigy was checking it out. Drox was in the site scoping it. Now the jig is up on where Warriors should be thinking Elemental are over towards long. It's the only place they haven't checked. And the cross smokes are going to give it away.
Yeah, there should be enough cover for them. And the problem is they've now provided enough Prodigy, enough cover for Prodigy to get through. But it's great cover from Chief.
You can't be tapping and spraying away if you're a Kyson right now. That's always going to be a risky one. 3 players up the ramp, and you're by yourself. That's where things just go real difficult. A good spray transfer from him out of ammunition. Rory with the AWP, remember. He needs Talaj to help him. Drox could get the job done. It's a 1 versus 1. A single bullet can seal the deal for Drox. Is he going to go for the jump shot? Is he going to be risky with it? He is.
No time to plant.
He's not on it, and no time to plant. Just tuck in and hide. This is a round that by all means, Elemental in a 4 versus 3 should have been taking out. It was a 4 versus 1, and Drox gets the better of you there.
I have absolutely no... Why was there no bomb plant going down? Like, even when the fight was going on, all it would have taken was someone to step from the site if that's what the route that we're going to take.
It was
Talaj got off
right?
the bomb plant. Yeah,
he
Talaj
got off the bomb plant to help Rory playing at the car, who didn't actually need to even go up and bob for the fight. Talaj has the plant. He's just playing distracted. That's a big blunder for Elemental. That's a big just misplay, really.
Yeah. Again, they're doing all the right things. They're letting themselves down when it gets into the site.
Yep. Big open up from Tyson. Complete control over towards the B tunnels, the B side, of course, and now with Drox finding Rory. These are the 5 versus 3s, Jim, where whenever I see them get lost, it's because somebody on the CT side gets a bit overzealous, gets a little bit hungry for something. Vodafone Warriors, they're not generally a team that does that. They love to play the numbers. Callum Murray, across a multitude of his rosters, has always been a very patient player.
That's a good start, though, for Elemental. They've got control of this B-bomb site. They're going to force the 2v3 retake. They don't have too much to their name, though. They have a single flash here, and oh, the boost. That's cheeky.
I love this. This is something that you hardly ever expect and remember is generally a thing because you just leave complete control of tunnels null and void. It's a bit unfortunate that Isaiah has missed that shot, but it's bought a little bit of time. And a flash in towards the site now. This is where the CTs do start to go. Isaiah missed another shot. They know he's at the back of the plat at the moment. The molly's not going to do too much before the fact, but in the end, it's not needed as Prodigy finds the frag. And it's another round going over towards the Warriors.
Yeah, Isaiah just missed a few shots there that could have been the real changing element of that round. But look, momentary pause here to just sort of let things cool down a little bit before they really start to slide out of control. I mean, if you're Elemental right now, you've got to be feeling a little bit frustrated. You've been so close a few times before. There's been a lot of post-plant scenarios, hell, even pre-plant scenarios, right, where they didn't get the bomb down, that have really gone against them. So frustrating for a roster that is trying to get rounds on the board on the T side of Dust 2. And you got to give it to Vodafone Warriors, right? Like, they've handled these situations so well, and it's been a few individual moments, but largely it's been team play.
Quick little boost off spawn for Elemental. And no dice rolled to their number. Obsum, though, the counter boost at the bottom mid over Xbox. That is a cheeky way to get a frag.
Oh, grenade. Just a little too shallow. It's a good opening exchange, though. That's, again, I feel as though Isaiah's had very minimal impact on this map so far. And you can even just see in a few of those sort of scenarios that the last round being a perfect example, hasn't really had the impact that we were expecting from him. Like, just feels as though something's a little bit off with him tonight.
Big shots from Callum Murray. This is another purchase to come through from Elemental, and they're not really feeling like they're in it. And all to be honest with you, just down to Chief, and even the Famous is just getting the job done for the Warriors at the moment. Jim, just feels like the steam, it's all gone from Elemental at the moment.
Yeah. This is, you know, signs of life here from Elemental aren't necessarily too healthy. And, I mean, this series didn't really start too long ago, but already, you know, we're in the 11th round, and Warriors have 9-1 to scoreline. So these rounds have been relatively fast, but I'll be honest with you, Elemental just lacking like that killer punch in some of these rounds.
Yeah. All has to be on Talaj in this round with the AK. He's the one with armor and a helm, and he's already been taken down to 33. So if you want, you know, your, I guess, Nikez-esque person from the last series to go by, he's being bullied again like Nikez was in the tail end of that series. So it doesn't really assist anything here. And as Drox finds Isaiah, it's just a pea shooting gallery for him in these last couple of.
Might get caught out here trying to change position. So, well, doesn't want to be drawn into a fight that he can't win like that. But thankfully, the AK is good for just mincing through a few players without armor. And so what do you expect here from Elemental? They should be cleaned up relatively simply. They've got nowhere really to go.
Well, the shot's out from Chief. If Prodigy loses his life, that'll be the AK down. So just back away from that one. You don't need to really, you know, do too much. Give it away. Chief will take an AK for sure, but with 22 HP, breath of fresh air can finish him.
Obson kind of wanted to play with a rifle in his position, but they got 18 seconds now to work with. The bomb sort of held up in mid. What could Chief get done? To be honest, not much, given that he was a hunted man. 10-1. This is starting to get a little bit ridiculous.
Yeah.
What a feel for Elemental.
Just doesn't feel like Warriors have really been pressured, right? They've gotten opening picks pretty freely, whether it be from Obson's AWP or just someone in Elemental giving up a position with no immediate trade. Now you've got Kyson holding W down mid with two of his teammates up through short.
Yeah.
And Obson's even found the pick onto Rory. So it's another round where the Warriors just find that opening pick. There's no trade. Drox is going to see what he can do over at the B side. He wins the duel against Isaiah before being traded out. And already, while he's starting to get in towards the site, there's a flank happening from Kyson up tunnels. The bomb hasn't even made its way into the site just yet. This is just feeling like a not together Elemental. Like they're not all just on the same page at the moment, Jim.
Yeah, just not looking so elementary for them.
Yeah.
Oh, Chief might be able to catch one on the off angle, but even then, that's not going their way. So Elijah's sort of sitting on this bomb site going, guys, I've got nothing to try and take into this situation, right? Like, he's got to now isolate another 3 individual duels, and Warriors have no reason to give them to him.
No, but will they is the question, because we've seen Talaj win a 1 versus 3 already tonight. Bit of a lucky one with some shots through the smokes, but nevertheless, a 1 versus 3. Hobson's on the correct line, however, and those are the shots that you shouldn't be missing, and he doesn't.
Yeah, definitely feels as though Hobson is certainly a lot more on than his counterpart that we looked at in the head-to-head. Isaiah's really struggling there, and again, he's not even going to be able to get an AWP into his hands this round either. The rest of the team are going to buy into this, so using their final tactical pause here, Elemental. And, well, I mean, if you're not going to get rounds on your T side of Dust 2, you're really not giving yourself any chance in the series. Or in the map, sorry. Series is probably a bit of a stretch, but in this map, not giving yourself any chance. This is a map pick too, so...
Correct.
Not necessarily good signs from them. I think it's safe to say that, yeah, these 2 teams played each other a week ago, but it's looking like Warriors are the team that have taken the most learnings from it.
Well, you've got a CT side coming around the corner. If you are Elemental, maybe you try and reset yourself when that one does come up. Kyson's pushed tunnels again, and he's won the duel. This is what I mean. There's no trades coming from Elemental. These flanking players, these lurking players, they're losing these duels individually and giving advantage over towards Warriors, and it usually is on the opposite side of where the weight is from the Warriors side too. So it's one of those questions of what if it goes the other way, right? What does it actually open up for Elemental here?
Oh dear.
That would have been cheeky.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that he gets legged on that as well, that's the difference, right? Hobson is hitting those shots, or very close to. He's doing damage. Isaiah, despite his best Cirque du Soleil, couldn't even get into the pit. And Kyson, again, how many times has he arrived on the flank? We've seen him pushing up a dark. He's always got map info. He's always got the confidence to push.
Yep. 12-1. There's no timeouts anymore for Elemental 2. So everything from here on out just has to be kind of go time.
Yeah,
the Warriors want to call it, but I dare say they are in the groove at the moment and definitely don't need to be changing moves.
Yeah, they can't change. They can't stop this snowballing out of control right now. T half for Elemental. Oh, Calamari. Again, Elemental going into this round very weak buy. Not a lot of utility left either, so they're going to have to try and make it all work here at B. Drox is just posted up with this org, so
I love
great weapon to have it from this position.
I love it. See what's actually going to happen, though. Will he start shooting before the smoke fades? The flashes to coming through from Elemental. Is there going to be any util put towards Drox at the back of Plat? As he does start to have Kyson rotate over. This is where things will start to look interesting. He's not going to use the scope, however, as Kyson starts off the affair by finding the first frag. Flash is starting to go in. Kyson isolated on the back of the site. And he's winning these duels, just navigating around it quite perfectly, to be honest with you. 1 HP.
Man.
But his job's done.
Yeah. Drox was, unfortunately, the cannon fodder there. He was the one taking all the first duel contacts. Kyson was the one doing all the damage in the background, but Elemental, they got no map territory here. They're trying to split here, Talaj and Azar, and, well, there's going to be nothing on offer for them. Dead in the water here, Elemental.
Yep. It's, I don't know. I don't really know what to say. It's just a really strong-sided CT side where Warriors are realizing what gaps Elemental have and are putting the pressure on it.
Yeah. And the fact, too, that, like, Elemental are also putting a lot of their eggs in one basket here is probably not helping them either, because they have tried to spread out and they're not finding any success there whatsoever. Like, as we said, like they're being pushed on. They're not winning the individual duels, and there's no reason for Warriors to stop that because it's working. They do, however, try and utilize that long spawn here a little bit better, and they do get out. So an early 1-for-1 for them. That's a good start into this round, but at best, it's a 13-2. Like, you got to take stock of that.
And even if it isn't 13-2, it's 14-1, which is, you know, pistol round that it may be done just there and then. So a saving grace maybe is that you've got another map around the corner, which is Mirage. But last time, you know, this map went Elemental's way, Mirage went Warriors' way. A closer affair, 16-13. This map was 16-11 to Elemental. Oh, Obson.
Oh, rare miss from Obson there, but this double orb setup could have covered in short. However, they have lost control of this A bomb site. So,
2 orbs as well.
Elemental in this position. Are they going to get the bomb plant down? They haven't got into the site yet.
Oh, that is filthy from Obson. It's 2 orbs on a retake. He's got a little bit of utility, but they've got to piece together all of these shots. A leg out. Chief and Reaps are relatively low, but remember the AWP. Doesn't matter if you're facing someone with 1 HP or 100. The shot has to be landed regardless. And if you're Elemental, you're not really going for any of these engagements, these fights right now. It's just Tyson who's going to be creeping at the same spot that jumps around, and he can't quite get it onto Talaj. So there is the second round that Elemental were desperately fighting for. But is it a little bit too late? We'll see when the half does switch over, Jim, because it's a 13-2. A very large lead for the Warriors. So
much pressure on that pistol right now for Elementals. They have got to have everything go their way. So they'll be looking for a start that is very, very similar to their opposition. And I guess it just comes down to what Warriors try and get away with here. Slightly different approach, though. Going to go for that Xbox smoke in mid, and then through lower dark, I would suspect maybe even a bit of a wrap around the world. Stop the short push here. Isaiah, he's just been pushed into their path.
Oh no, what is he doing? And now the Stampede out through towards mid to B. At least Rory's able to put his foot on the brakes to what Warriors are looking to throw at him, but caught in a reload. Now his teammates are here. This is looking a little bit better if you forget that Isaiah jumped in toward the opposition in the beginning of this round. Now it's Prodigy who also loses the duel. So something we were waiting for Elemental for so long. They finally deliver, and no, it's not the team.
They do bag the round, though. And that is Warriors now having to take a bit of an eco here. They actually are going to invest some armor and some Tech 9s, though. So pretty much as soon as I said the word eco, something ticked in their brain. And they went the opposite way.
Alrighty. 13-2 halftime scoreline. I've seen it before, you know. That's the thing. I've seen these comebacks before. But we'll have to wait and see if Elemental can actually start to get it. You know, 13-11, then we may start talking. But in this force-up round, you've tried to rush B. You've ran into an MP9 and a lot of CTs.
Yeah. So, unfortunately, that just gives some momentum and some economy here to Elemental. So Warriors, I thought they were going to just play the patient long game there and wait things out. But no, they tried to force things in. And all they've done is just bolster their opposition's economy a little bit. And again, just having to take some pistols themselves. But look at this, Isaiah. This is what he needs. He needs some confidence after that first half. And he's going to go about trying to get it himself.
Well, he's going to find them. Down to 2 HP. Prodigy and Drox. Again, I guess you're not really writing too much about this round. It is just what it is. You've given a bunch of money over to Isaiah to get an AWP out if he wants to. And Drox will take at least 1 as his prize.
Yeah. Pretty decent round as far as the buffing of the economy is concerned. But now we enter into the gun rounds here for Warriors. So AWP onto Obson, no surprises there. Everybody else just outfitted with the AKs.
Yep.
No mid-pick early.
The AWP going to beat the line over towards long, or is Obson going to win the duel? Big shots though from Talaj and a second on towards Drox. That's where the opening goes Vodafone Warriors' way. And if Talaj can escape, which he will be able to do so, the Elemental side of things will hold player advantage for a bit.
Yeah, Talaj really looking to have his impact, and they've got so much map control right now. I mean, all the CTs are just swarming around CT spawn. like, they're basically in stasis between these two sides. They already know that they've cleaned up the B push for quite some time. Be a while before they have to check there, but they've got the right idea. They've filtered Vodafone Warriors straight into long. Might be a late mid push from Calamari to try and shake things up a little bit, but nothing on offer here from Elemental. They're not trying to take any duels smartly enough.
See, if Elemental can lock it down, they've spotted the bodies. Obson on towards Talaj, so it is a very late trade. 40 seconds to go. Calamari is going to be a very big piece of the puzzle for the Warriors with a late short push, but can they even clear toward the site first? Chief on it, a little bit of a lob flash for himself, an underarm one rather, and Prodigy somehow manages to get that last bullet on towards Chief. Now Calamari comes in and finds the final frag. So Warriors' first gun round in the second half comes up good for them. And it's going to have to be pretty clinical from Elemental from here on out, Jim, to try and keep us from overtime to get that victory. Otherwise, their only chance is OT.
It is, and that's a little unfortunate. So, Hobson, I feel like there's been very little he's been missing so far in this series.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a great start.
I guess it's a little bit of a difference toward the last series that I witnessed of him, where he was missing a bunch of shots, and not
Still
on that,
ended up,
that local LAN that we had, an online game.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, in this previous head-to-head, he still ended up with, like, plus 25 in the series. But there were a lot of fundamental shots that he wasn't hitting. So, particularly in the first two maps. They did obviously reverse sweep that series. They did drop this first map of Dust 2 to Elemental. This time around, it's just... it's a totally different story. Like, Elemental look like the team that they, you know, they'd never had anything in this series. And Obson, he doesn't even have to move now for his kills. They're coming to him.
Well, that's one way that you kind of want it to happen at sometimes, right? If you're an AWP, posting on lines, if you're not going to miss is just the way to do it. It makes it very difficult of a round right now for Elemental to crawl back into. Do you just go for a save at this current situation? You're going to be coming up against a very same purchase from Warriors next, who just have to refresh util, and your team is going to be, you know, worse way. You got Chief holding a bit of money, which will get loss bonus into him, but apart from that, Isaiah and Talaj, Isaiah will get donated the AWP, one would expect. They're, you know, pretty by themselves.
Yeah. I would agree with you there. Things are just not looking the same here. Now, Drox just has to stay alive. He has to just keep himself present here. Reeps is just going for the Hail Mary. And if he sticks around for a little bit too long, could be caught out. But he's actually slipped the net a little bit.
Oh, has to go for a reload, and Obson misses the shot at the same time, so he can tuck in toward Wizard. Drox is now here with a molly for the bomb. Obson finds Reeps first on the re-peek. He's feeling it with the boomstick at the moment, and now Rory has to go in for the defuse. A tap on toward it. The shots are going to happen. The headshot's not there from the sidearm, but a defuse starts to happen. He's brought him off the bomb. The shots... Oh, and the knife attempts. Is there going to be a no-scope in the smoke from Rory, or the pistol's out? He's got no time. He's got no kit. Jim, the 15th is secured from Warriors. Get out of there, son. Hold the AWP to at least give you something in the next round, and he will.
I was going to say, on 33 HP, he had to get his boots of escaping on. But, man, it's a long way back for Elemental. They're putting a lot of faith in Isaiah here too, giving him that AWP save from the last round. Rory's bought in with that scout. And so, this can go pretty pear-shaped for them pretty quickly, because Reeps has just got a deagle still. Like, he didn't buy anything else, despite having 3-1.
Yeah, what is that?
Has he just missed, like, the buy time?
I don't know. Was he away from PC? Because that's an M4 to a teammate, and then they buy armor and whatever. So
it's anything, really. Like,
yeah, okay.
It's money gone begging.
And for one frag already being found onto the Warriors, it definitely could have been a big thing.
Yeah.
Oh well, is what it is. It's a mistake on his part, and if Kyson keeps coming away with frags like that, it might not be mattering at all.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's only so many mistakes you're afforded in the series like this as well, particularly when your opposition already have such a dominance over you. if you're going to make mistakes like that, yeah, sure, in the context of the entire match, it's not the mistake that's going to lose them the game. There's plenty more to pick out before that, but you're not giving yourself the best possible chance to win the match. So, unfortunate, but that is it.
I'm looking at this from Warriors as well, right? They know they're up against a weird wild buy from Elemental for this last round, and Obstin is by himself at A, completely selling a fake with all this utility, where the Warriors team just gets into B. Even though they're at a full advantage, they're still completely taking this round seriously. They want to be winning it convincingly, and they're doing a mighty fine job at doing so far.
One plant down too, so this is where you see the lack of kits and lack of utility coming through. They do have a smoke and a flash though, so this could still work for them, but retaking the scout.
They have to get to the top of the B ramp here because Obstin's coming at them with an AWP. They're completely pincered in toward it, and now their focus shifts on toward him. By the time that happens, the bomb's already half ticked. They've got no kits done in toward the round. There goes Isaiah. It's on towards Chief. Jim, this map, it's done, and it might have even been done for a little bit. 16-5 found by the Warriors, and that, as I said, it is a very convincing scoreline in the way they've played Dust 2. CT side was brilliant. The T side, I guess, a bit of a slower start because they lost the pistol in the second round, but apart from that, that was very well played from the Warriors. Yeah,
it just never felt as though Elemental found any sort of groove in that match whatsoever. They were simply outclassed in a lot of those rounds, and you could even see that there was frustration bleeding into sort of the every round that they played. There was a lot of situations where they were doing all the right things in the early round and the mid-round build-up. They were getting into the bomb site, and they were losing a lot of post-plant situations. And there was even one round there where they should have planted the bomb. They had a 4v1.
Yeah.
And, unfortunately, the bomb plant didn't go down whatsoever, and they ended up timing themselves out of the round. So, if you're going to tilt yourself off the face of the earth, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit of a rough run dealt over towards Elemental. When last time these two teams met, it was Elemental taking this series. So I do wonder what they're going to be discussing about in the short break that we will have right now, Jim. But before we get into that, Mirage is around the corner in the next one. You see it here from the veto. It was what the Warriors got last time. Just quickly, do you think this series is now a little bit more towards Warriors' side? Because you said Elemental before.
Yeah. Look, I expected the Elemental that we've seen in previous iterations. They're not here today, so I don't know who's been sent in their place, but with they better go and find the regulars pretty quickly because it's not too long before map 2.
Yeah, well, we'll give them a little bit of time to do so, guys. We're going to head to a break, and when we do come back, we'll get ready with map number 2, so stay tuned.
chance. Another free fall, free fall. Whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys. We're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket. And it's for ages 8 and up.
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How was that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Good evening and welcome back to the Biocode Lab CSGO Pro Season number 2 for 2022. We are in our last series of the night and what very well could be our last map given by the performance on Dust 2. An absolute decimation to come out from the Vodafone Warriors, and now going into their own map pick of Mirage Gym. It is, again, you know, in the balance. It's hanging in the balance now for Elemental Esports.
Absolutely. No, as we said, we've seen these two teams clash with one another very, very recently, but the story was so different. It was a pretty, relatively close map one. It was, the exact same map. It went the way of Elemental, but Elemental, in what we've seen, previously from them, they just didn't show up at all. Now, we know that they've had a slightly different roster. It was one player that they've switched out, and look, on paper, Talaj is, and he's delivering in a much better way. They switched out Word. Now they've got Talaj. They look stronger on paper, but it's just not coming together as the cohesive unit that we've seen. They do try and play some very structured and fundamental CS, but I'll be honest, they did look like they were lacking a lot in the communication department, and Mirage is one of those maps that requires solid fundamentals and communication, so they need to get that sorted out quite quickly if they want to take this to the third.
Yeah, really, I'm wondering how much of an aim duel this is going to be. Vodafone Warriors hitting a lot of their shots over on Dust 2, having a lot of great positioning of just the crosshairs and around the map as well, right? The pushes from Kyson that were happening over at lower tunnels, Obson getting out those AWP shots, really just pushing and pulling all the rotations that Elemental were doing around the map on the CT side as well. For what little that it was, I'm hoping that we get something different coming over into map number 2 in Mirage, which is now ready as well. So without further ado, let's jump on in towards map number 2, do or die time for Elemental Esports.
Yeah, this is it. Crunch time for them. As we said, the difference between winning and losing this series is making it through from stage 2 to stage 3, and that's where everybody wants to be. Albeit these guys are in the lower bracket, but as we said, that is why their lives are on the line here. So we've already seen Camo eliminated earlier tonight. Could Elemental be joining them? This map will be the difference maker for them. Now, as we said, they already have the data from playing each other previously, but it seems as though Warriors were the team that went away and they worked on their craft. They've already managed to right their wrongs and take the first map. So I assume they can only get better from here as well. But is it maybe Elemental that maybe focus more on the maps that they lost in that time off? And this is where we're going to see the improvements from them.
Well, they do have 2 players and nearly 3 with Isaiah being over towards, well, the site now, but he's the one to put focus on. He's already found 2 shots. Rory needs to come activated in towards this round as well, because the T's are starting to really encroach in towards the site itself. That DP smoke is just waiting at the bench. Oh, the crosshair mobs and just not getting the job done with all these tracers starting to come on out. Rory finally gets one. And now it is on to Kyson overlooking the stairs position, and Chief will get the better of him.
That's a much better start from Elemental here. Getting the pick of, you know, I guess the bunch in terms of making their way into that site. Warriors, they did not get the entries. They did not convert the way they needed to. How close was Obson's crosshair to finding Rory in the smoke? Look, I'll be honest, I swear it was on him too. But they didn't actually find the entries that they needed. So with very little utility to spare in that situation, they've got to make the duels work. They didn't, and that's why they fell apart. So going to try and get the bomb plant down here. It's something they failed to do in the first. That could be great guns for them. I don't know, though. Like a Palace waterfall into a B bust. Let's see if this even you know, registers on the Richter scale.
Well, it would need to be some pretty large shots to come on out. That is for certain. Talaj is going to be the one to swing over at stairs after Rory's communication that they are funneling out of the Palace. But so far, no deaths have been delivered just yet. The attempted crossing towards CT is now the thing that's going to not work for the Warriors. And it is just Kyson with the bomb. Even if he wanted to try and go B with the bait of his teammate today, Reaps is still sitting there, and Talaj is going to jump out the window and find him. So the first 2 rounds go Elemental's way, but now finally we get the guns being purchased up from the Warriors.
Lack of bomb plant, though, means that they will not get an AWP in the hands of Obson. However, still quite proficient with the rifle. So it's not, you know, I guess out of the realms of possibility that they do take this round. Obviously, they're coming into some of these duels with much better weapons. Those 2 MP9s are really going to have to work for it, and Talaj has already taken off to underpass with that FAMAS. So already they're getting aggressive here.
Wow, that's some damage to be coming on through. Calamari very lucky to be alive, but one could argue the same for Isaiah, who is now going to be losing his life. So in towards the A side we go. Chief got to try and cordon off the attack as he does find Kaiser, and they're running into him. He's done good to find another one as it's Calamari on 2 HP. They're going to smoke off the rat hole, and they're going to jump in towards this one. This is a silly little round. Obviously going to catch Rory out. Now it's towards Reese. Callum's on 2 HP. He needs to try and run for his life. Do they know how low he is? Callum's tucking in. The smoke is there, but Reeves with 14 HP. It's just going to become down to who sees the opponent first. And that flower pot, if it was removed, I would be favoring Reeves maybe right about now. He sees the shoulder, and Callum gets the frag. Warriors on the board by the skin of their teeth.
Oh, Reeps just not finding the target recognition quick enough. Like, it almost as though he had to have a momentary second take for that one. To be fair, gun model might have also caught him a little bit off guard there too, but I actually thought Warriors had made a huge mistake going back to B. But obviously they were expecting something a little bit different. That's a good opener from Isaiah. So the bonus round not working out for them last round, but they've brought back into this, similar buy to the previous. Already paying dividends.
Yeah, this is much more of an established round out from Elemental. Isaiah, Rory, and Chief all able to find a pick piece. So what Prodigy and Kyson are going to be able to do is split from each other as well. One and unders, one at the top of mid. Prodigy manages to find Isaiah. They are not out of the neck of the woods by any stretch of the imagination.
Rory might be caught out by the timing of this boost. He's okay. Prodigy opting to just go play the off angle instead of trying to force the issue at jungle, but timing works out in favor of Prodigy. So he's got a good position here now. Now Reeps has the bomb. That's it. That's the round done and dusted.
Pretty much 30 seconds to go. Prodigy on 22 HP can't really get anything back, even if he does try to attempt to do so. and he somehow manages to find Reaps. You've also got Chief there, who's probably going to be the one, if he finds the right angle, to get the frag. Yeah.
Turns out to be enough. Now, it's actually Warriors that are really starting to struggle here right now, but if anything, a lot of early CT aggression towards mid is coming out from Elementals. So maybe that's something that Warriors want to stay away from. Something they probably need to try and counter as well too, because like Isaiah is just super aggressive. He's picking connector. He's picking the window. It's it's a confidence thing for him too. I think is definitely a player that's playing on the back of a lot of confidence, more so on the rifles than on the AWP. But again, just trying to get the bomb plan here for Warriors. Should be cleaned up.
Yeah, it made it a little bit awkward under balcony in that engagement, but regardless, if only Talaj is losing his life and they're still holding enough money to get a purchase in the next round too, if this one does go awry, then they gotta look okay in my books. Warriors in with another purchase now, no AWP, but enough utility to try and start to piece together and execute if they want. Still go for this mid control. They throw the window smoke and the top of mid smoke, so making sure to block out views from connector and top window. As Talaj, did he make the window jump?
Actually wasn't watching for that moment.
Yeah. I'm trying to piece together from the radar. No, he was down in mid, so he just jumped out the mid window smoke into the floor. Not the fence.
Difficult jump to make that, but all double peek out of A main. Instantaneously, Isaiah's on that with the AWP, but this is rough. Vodafone Warriors are going to make this dry contact work, and well, they're able to isolate some duels, but Drox finds that double.
Yeah, he's just really run into this round, hasn't he? When you think that maybe Rory's going to be able to do something, he just falls and it flusters him a little bit. Now Isaiah from CT with the AWP, his location known, and Reaps with an AK. Maybe you just want to save this one. Isaiah's got money to drop over a weapon. Chief can scrunch together something for himself. If Isaiah can even survive with the AWP, because Drox is already ready for that one. Jim, it was looking awkward in the very beginning of the round, wasn't it? Prodigy loses his life to Isaiah's AWP. You got CT surrounding the site, but as soon as Drox gets their first frag, that's where it just goes uphill for Warriors. It's good.
Yeah, he picks up that saving kill of Isaiah as well. So just doing damage to the economy a little bit. And I mean, Isaiah's going to be able to buy in, but Rory's not. And Reaps needs to save this AK, otherwise he's going to suffer a similar fate. So money's going to be a real issue for Elemental here. I'm expecting a half buy on the back of this, just to try and make good. Like they can get at least 3 good buys out of this. They're going to have to work together.
With the money, Isaiah could probably do what he wants, like still keep enough money around the 1,800 to 2K mark, and he would be fine for a purchase in the next round. But he's chosen to go with a full AWP, which just does force the team into a full purchase, because I mean, look at the loss bonus, right? They'll be double eco if they lose it, essentially, anyway, to make sure they get absolutely everything they do want. So by then, you'll be seeing Warriors meet the scoreline, and 4 rounds on the T side. If you can think in your heads that we're still good to get 11 on CT, I think that's an acceptable loss if it goes that way. Of course it is. Even if it's like 8-7, I don't know, maybe for Elemental. If it's 9-6, that's probably the target.
Calculated risk.
Yeah.
Again, Isaiah's getting super aggressive here. He's out in the mid window. He's at the bottom of connector now. He's even going to try and take the fight to them.
Wow.
Ops are not expecting that level of aggression. And this is where you make those comparisons, right? To players like Alistair, because that's literally the kind of pick that he's going for. And again, he struck. He's found another one.
He's just found Drox at the top of mid, so I almost feel like that's a bit one-dimensional from Vodafone Warriors to get control of mid, a single flash and a peek on in. If the target was to just reclaim that AWP at the cost of Drox, I definitely don't think that's worth it. It really throws a spanner in the works for the Warriors right now. 5 versus 3. Back over towards the A site, where you've got Rory, who isn't going to be fighting any fights. You've got Talaj playing spot, and I dare say they'll just be waiting for the rest of the teammates on a retake if they need to.
Just onto the contact. Let's just see what we can get out of the spam. But This is tough for Warriors. They've still got to contend with Rory in the site there. He's got that 5-7. Actually, this might not be the duel he wants to take.
He could find a headshot, and that should be good for the frag with the 5-7. Will they clear him? It's a good frag for Reaps to at least be able to win. And Rory's found Callum Murray looking the wrong way. Now Talaj pops on up, finds the final one. So the scrappy purchase from Elemental, after the tack pause that's called, goes their way. And they even retrieve that secondary AWP.
Bit of a bonus for them, isn't it? Now, they are going to retain it, so... Warriors, you know, they have a decent buy of their own, but again, just no AWPs to really counter any of this aggression that we're seeing out of Elemental. But with a double AWP setup, actually could work really well here because Warriors are trying to play a very slow-paced, you know, T side. But this is a change of pace from them. That Molotov holds things for them momentarily. The Reaps is to be tested and only finds one.
Isaiah caught off guard as well. Not expecting another one from Kyson when he already knew where he was. Kyson getting 4 frags in the round. They don't really have the money for him to try and hunt for the ace. Rory
you try to tell a player that's on 4 kills like that to not hunt for the ace.
Yes, Jim, because I look at the bigger picture.
Yeah, but they don't.
No, sometimes they don't. But that was something that, you know, we're giving praise to them on Dust 2, right? They're very... All right.
He's looking.
He's looking, but he's going Palace. He's getting flashed. At least he's getting flashed in, right? So even though he's hunting for... Oh, he's actually getting flashed, not flashed in. All right. I think Rory survives.
Okay. Still an impact round for Kyson, though.
Yep.
And we were giving them praise, weren't we? For this discipline.
Yep.
But a rare moment of excitement for them. Undisciplined play, but it actually, you know, to give the player the ace, you know, you can excuse that. But look at this aggression. You can see the push coming through underpass here again. Elemental really do like to try and make things happen on the CT side. Very proactive from them.
Prodigy down to 50 HP as well. So with Molly and Flame, that'll extinguish, but still technically allow a path through lowers if they want to continue to press the issue. Good place. Molly is actually going to keep them in towards underpass. And if you do have anyone now looking toward those stairs, you might be able to find them, but...
Locked in. They're locking themselves in.
They keep it exactly at another Molly. All right. Eventually, somebody's going to win this duel if you even want to continue it. Kyson's found Rory off in the distance.
Well, I mean, if you know you've got 2 CTs locked into the middle of the map, right? Like,
yeah. Well, Rory's just pushed A main. So that's where his head's at.
And there's also a B push as well coming through. So Reaps goes down. You got 2 CTs locked in underpass. You kind of get where you want to go, but now they've actually released themselves. They're going to take control of the B halls. Isaiah's got the info, but that bomb's making its way back towards A.
Yeah, the problem I'm seeing as well, if the CTs did actually push toward TV, they potentially could have found Dobson with the bomb. And with an AWP, if he misses one shot, there were 2 CTs. They could have technically found him, but neither here nor there. Doesn't happen. And Vodafone Warriors are going to get in towards the A site. That's a free gimme any day of the week to Talaj. He's a little bit slow to realize where Drox is, but finding that one... Jim, is it going to happen again? Are the pistols going to do the job?
Yeah, I think this is going a little pear-shaped for them.
Smoke over towards connector, though. You love a bit of assistance right about now from some utility. As that smoke fades, who will it favor? It's going to be Obson. Now he can just play back with his teammate. He's going to elevate himself on top of the ticket booth, looking to print a check in this round for his teammates. There's another one for him, looking for the third. This is vintage all pick from Obson. You love to see it.
Oh, pick a line, hit the shot, fall back, pick a line, hit the shot, fall back. Rinse and repeat stuff from him. But funnily enough, it was like Elemental looked like they were rotating towards that A bomb site. But it was that play that flashed the player into short. I mean, Talaj ends up coming through and cleaning up. But what it does is it actually puts Elemental in 2 minds. They had a player that was rotating off the A-bomb site Oh, sorry, rotating to the A-bomb side. They have players rotating off B. But with that short presence that they hear from underpass, they rotate back onto B, and it just causes that A side to open up for Warriors. So it's good enough to put Elemental onto pistols. They're going to just try and get into this B side, smash and grab style.
Yeah, Kaisen's just been chased down in T-spawn by 3 CTs, and he didn't get any of them. So we're always going to take that AK into the next round. You know, such as this, you're not going to be able to go into a retake, so you'll take that one and just sacrifice Solage and Isaiah to see if they can get any exits, keep a T here to explode with the bomb if they can even get in toward the side itself, because the Warriors are already locking down any entries back into it. So you would have loved to see another frag, I guess, from Elemental. Keep the money relatively honest on the side of Warriors, but yeah, it is what it is, right? You get an AK. Yeah. Your CT side has been a little bit fickle for the past couple of rounds, where Warriors are now going to equal things up. It's definitely your time to not reenact what we saw on Dust 2.
No, and I think the real bright signs here for Warriors now is Obson's really started to become more alive on the back of some of these rounds. So we've seen him just elevate to new levels. Obviously, the previous round we got a 3K. That's, as you said, some vintage stuff from him. But we saw the damage he was doing on the first map. So they've drawn back level. Again. Yep, he's already found an opening.
I wonder, I didn't quite catch it. It's the frag on the cross towards the CT con player.
The bin frag.
Did they boost for it? The Renegades boost. That's what I'm wondering. Regardless, he's gotten the shot.
I didn't even think he was anywhere near around that area at the moment, at the point in time. So,
right, so just a contact play for Warriors after that initial frag out in toward the site. Kaisen's going to catch Wari. And now it's just on to Reaps, playing from the back of Triple. No one's checked his position just yet. He might be in for a bit of a multi-frag. And if you're not distance, however, he's only going to be good for one. A lot of bullets utilized. And then he gets taken on out. A front plant at Triple is a risky one. Calamari walks in front of the body block, but no shots shot from Chief. And that pretty much has to be a save call once again from Elemental. Take these guns into the next round. Now, Jim, you mentioned this earlier. Something about Groundhog Day. I'm getting the feeling.
You getting the feeling? You've been here before?
It's a little tingle.
Certainly feeling that way. And Elemental have fallen off a little bit in these last few rounds, haven't they? They've not looked so cohesive. Starting to lose a few of these duels as well. Warriors have worked out the aggression coming out of Elemental, particularly in mid, is kind of getting predictable. And if they're not getting aggressive, well, then they're pushing the extremities. They're trying to push through either underpass, B, halls, or palace. So, you know, I think some adjustments being made here by Vodafone Warriors are certainly reaping the reward. They're starting to work out Elemental. And this is the problem with some of these newer teams. They start to learn like these fundamentals of Counter-Strike, because we praised Elemental for the way in which they've approached a lot of these rounds, trying to play very solid fundamental CS. But at this stage of their development, they don't have a lot of gears to go through. So when it comes to making those small adjustments or large adjustments, they're very unlikely to be able to make large adjustments that they need to and stray away from their play style. But making small adjustments, that's probably where they're going to excel the most. So again, we're just seeing this aggression coming out towards mid. There's always a player in this window. There's always someone trying to just shoot down this line onto Catwalk. And again, you can almost predict that there's going to be a player also getting aggressive around mid-connector. And look at these Warriors.
I was going to say, just remember, an AK-47 spraying through the mid window is traceable, but if you're losing your lives around where you're attempting to go towards, it doesn't really matter, does it? Kaiser and Obsen now in a 2 versus 4. See what they can navigate around this site to bring it back. Isaiah will be playing at the bottom of the stairs. You got Rory over towards CT. The flash, Kaiser going to start to get a couple of shots out before he retreats, and now this just becomes a little bit more unfavorable for the Warriors. Obsen's not even out of Palace just yet. You got a minute to play with, but Isaiah's going to start wrapping through spawn. The rest of the CTs are going to be playing from CT. It just becomes a bit tricky here for the Ts.
Yeah, they want that ticket smoke to go down. They've actually opted to put it in mid-connector instead and try and focus all the firefighting towards this ticket box. So
Yeah, they almost just have to go for the fight CT and hope that they win the duels, don't they? A flash on him would be good for them because the flank coming from Isaiah, he's just going to peek out his head, deny the bomb plane going down, and Obson gets swung upon as well. A well-placed round from Elemental, I got to say.
Yeah.
Needed one at least.
Yeah, I don't think Vodafone Warriors had the right read there, to be honest, going on to a contact play there. That being said, though, that's the path that they chose, and so they give Elemental a lifeline here because, you know, their money was sort of teetering on the edge, really weren't having a chance to build it, but this turns things around for them. And again, Obson struck. He's predicted Isaiah getting super aggressive in mid-connector.
Well, a couple of quick frags in the beginning of the round. 2 for the Warriors, 1 back for Elemental immediately. And it still does swing over to the favor of the T's right now. But for how long? That is the question. Smoke afforded.
Smoke.
Yeah, for Chief to get out of here. But Obson, he can spot that. There is a very large gap. Oh, but will he spot it? That's the problem.
Whew. Gonna be sweating at the brow if you're Chief.
And now Kyson extending in towards the side as well. This is where I was praising Warriors earlier, not going for these risky plays, grouping up together, playing smart like. Just got to be careful that you don't give an opportunity back to Elemental to win this round.
Yeah, mid-connector smoke being thrown as well from the player falling back through spawn towards B. So, weirdly enough, Elemental are going to rotate in towards mid and going to get that second player onto this B site. So, really got to get a wriggle on here, Warriors, because that player's now just rejoined and they're going to crossfire here. That's a great opener from Obson.
Will they be expecting Chief to already be here? That's the thing, and he's going to be ragdolled out of this one, and he completely sent out of his feet. Chief, he'll get traded, and for poor old Rory, he's on the other side of the map completely. So 1 versus 3, we'll see if he's even going to attempt it or just save the AWP. I do have a question for you, though. You know the jump spotting over at the apartments, you do it from the van. Do you prefer doing the running across jump one that we just saw there, or the little pixel line where you're hopping up and down on the same spot in the far left corner?
To be honest, if you can do the pixel one, go for that one. It is slightly harder, and a little bit less risky. But to be honest, they all have an element of risk anyway. But I prefer the pixel one.
Yeah,
it's actually made its way back into the meta a lot recently too. I've noticed.
Yeah. It was something that I called the other day, which has prompted the question, because I understand, you know, the benefits of both, I guess. The jumping one, you know, if you do it right, you can run on the back of that momentum you've already got, quickly drop your smoke. The pixel one, you're in the far corner, might sustain a bit of extra damage, but you generally spot info on the pixel one earlier, I believe. It's a deeper line. Yeah, you can get yourself out of there quicker. Like if they're like, it depends how quickly you get there yourself. Yeah. Like if you get there late and they're already sort of up past the lamp, you kind of open yourself up to a bit more damage. Well, we do have a new round, of course, with the Warriors leading by 1. Guns for everybody. Utility, a little bit lackluster on the side of Elemental for 2 of their players. One of which over at the A site, which is the only defender at the A site at the moment, because Elemental are sending some bodies in through the apartments, where Prodigy is going to be losing that duel. So now it does shift over towards the A site to see what can happen here.
Another contact play. That Molotov's going to give things away a little bit, but Rory just can't quite make that arc with the mouse, and now there's a lack of smokes to cover the jungle, but there's a mid-connector smoke coming through. Again, they've left CT ramp open here, and they could pay for this dearly.
Oh, the flash, though, it's going to be blinding Isaiah off the line, and he doesn't have a teammate to be able to assist him anymore. Talage is down, but look how low 3 of these players on the Warriors side are. A refresh CT con smoke. Con smoke is going to block out the CT. He's often falling on back. He's even going to leg him through the triple boxes. What is that? That is a bit disgusting. Reaps and Isaiah are both very low themselves as well. A well-placed incendiary, though. Obson needs to be very careful. Kyson peeks on out. He finds the frag needed, and so too does Obson. Vodafone Warriors will be leading the half here, Jim. But whether or not it's 8-7 or it's 9-6, that's still up in the air.
The buy from Elemental will be a little bit weak here. So you would say that Vodafone Warriors are in the box seat to hit that 9-6 scoreline, but they've got the MP9, the Deagle, 2 M4s and a FAMAS. It's not as dirty as you can get, but look, it's probably up there. Again, aggressive plays in mid from Elemental, getting predicted. I don't know how many times someone from Elemental can try and run that same line. Chief was living Groundhog Day, doing it for what, like the last 4 or 5 rounds in a row. Isaiah tries it once and he gets booked because his teammate's done it every other round.
Well, it's the definition of insanity, isn't it? Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result.
But if you get someone,
works in Counter-Strike, but
I mean, if you get someone else to run their head into the brick wall the second time, maybe the result would be different.
yeah, that'll die instead.
That's exactly what happened. Like, it's the same thing over and over again, but it's just someone else who's putting their head into the brick wall.
Yeah. Mid presence for Warriors is something that they've been trying again time and time again. And another smoke over toward the window will be pushing Chief off his line. He's been the one with this Deagle, the worst weapon for Elemental to get a frag so far. Vodafone Warriors falling back to what they do time and time again as well. They find something, they slow it down, they regroup up, go in with that game plan, see what they can gather to find the weaker site, go in with a later execute. The weaker site being the B site right now.
That looks to be where they're going to target. There is going to be bolstered numbers here, though. So Reaps is going to be joined by his teammate in Chief, but it's only the Deagle there, and Prodigy is able to quickly put a stop to that.
Yep.
So it's just Talaj now. He's got to go for this.
Big stop sign put in front of them, isn't it? You will not pass go. You'll not collect $200. All that. Just on to Talaj. Calamari already on the line to find the frag. The 9th secured for the Warriors as they now switch over onto the CT side. This is the map pick of their own choosing. Remember, if you have just joined us. So at this half, we'll see if Elemental are going to be able to do something different. Bring it back. Try and get us over into map 3 Inferno.
I don't know. It certainly feels as though Warriors have just had the better of the momentum in the later stages of this half. You know, Elemental's 5 rounds came pretty much straight out of the gate. So push from Prodigy here. Already, they're under pressure here at this B site, but they have free run to get this bomb plant down.
Large, see what he can do in the apartments. He's just going to choose to escape as Drox is going to be taken down after finding one. So Elemental are still holding on to this player advantage. I was going to be spotting them both, but will he be expecting to large? Were there 3 counted? Frags for Reaps and Isaiah, and Talaj was the other member. So I guess, you know, maybe if you had the quick math, you could, but it didn't really matter as Rod was taken down by Talaj. Now it's all on to Calamari. Position known. And I guess it's only a matter of time before he gets taken down here.
Yeah, it just feels as though his life's on a bit of a timer here at the moment. Going to try and maybe save that armor into the next round. Really, that's about all that's of value for him. Or, you know, could go for some last gasp heroics. No kit, though, so this is going to have to be a hard stick and just looking for the kills.
That's
nice one way to do it.
That's not bad, but the round does go Elemental's way, which does mean they get both here on Mirage.
Yeah, this is, again, the scoreline looks a lot better for them, thanks to those 2 pistols, but yeah, definitely felt as though Warriors had the better momentum heading into this, but they've got the challenge with the city side now, right? Like, they're going to force into this round, though, so, you know, throw caution into the wind for a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see how this purchase force does go. Isaiah is holding W with the back 10. Kyson is somehow finding that frag. That is not the way that this game is supposed to be working, and the CTs are starting to win a bunch of these duels around the B side. This scout from Prod, I didn't know he was a scouter, an AWPer, a scopey boy, but maybe that's why. Missed a couple of shots in the end to try and seal the deal. Now it is on to Drox and Callum to try and finish it off. You've overlooked the corner over at Africa, and now it's just on to Drox. A single Deagle shot will finish every single member, but will he be given the chance for 3 1 versus 1s? Creep on up. Finds the first. He takes a significant amount of damage on that one. Jumping around. Trying to see. Reach the sound whoring. There they both are. Even headshots, man. With 3 HP, he needed 3 frags. The 3 were there. And that is the force up for Warriors working. Someone tell me how this game works, please.
I don't think you even want to know. At this stage of the game,
I'm shaking my head in
ridiculous
disbelief.
play. What a ridiculous occurrence. I'm not surprised to see Elemental take a tactical out of that. Like, I just think someone needs to, like, pick up the pieces and find out what the hell just happened.
Well, remember, word is gone.
Yep.
So there's something to be said about that.
Yeah. Would
Elemental,
you say it's left them speechless now?
it's left me speechless. Elemental using another pause. They've got one more to use. They used all of them on Dust 2. Don't get me wrong. I do like it that they are using the pauses. You know, I feel like not enough teams in our region are capitalizing on the chance to talk.
Sometimes they just don't want to.
Yeah, that's true.
But you're right. The fact that they are actually utilizing all their pauses, giving themselves the best tactical.
That's what it is. Isaiah's gone for a bit of a pause himself.
Okay.
He's back.
Well, I mean, around like this, right? Like, you're not really buying into it on the T side, so this is like an unofficial tactical pause for them, just chilling around in spawn, working out what they're going to do on their gun round, because the buy's going to come out next. Talaj go kill. That's about all it's probably been talked about this round.
Most likely. And no one's going to remember that one, so quite unfortunate. See if any of the other Elemental boys are going to be able to find something. If they do funnel out of the palace, which they do start to do. Drox is going to be here with Prodigy and Callum Murray to take one away there as well. So a pretty quick cleanup. Now we finally get the big old weapons for Elemental that they were wanting earlier, but they got deagled, didn't they?
Yeah. Ran into a slight problem at the B site, but onto rifles this round, so no AWP in play on the T side. Guess we get to see now what their T side gun rounds do look like a little bit more, and
that is a very interesting choice of smoke location from Elemental, if that's where it was intended to go. I probably think it wasn't.
No, I don't think so either, but it's worked.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Rory and Isaiah finding headshot frags through smokes.
That's something as CT throws to push short.
Yeah. Get the one way over the fence, huh?
Tyson's
pushed apartments, and he's good for one. So, yeah, maybe Elemental being able to find their way around the map in this one, get an 8th on the board, is looking probable.
I mean, unless there's some massive capitulation here from Elemental, you would assume so as well. Now, Rory's just so late with that lurking mid. The timing could work out for him. Drox has shown himself at short, but should be cleaned up by Rory here.
Lobson's got an AWP, so we'll see what he's going to be able to do with that one as Drox does find Rory. It's still seemingly is the call for the save, maybe. This is those weird circumstances where it's kind of a half save, like we're interested in it, but we got a frag. Now it turns into a save with Drox losing his life.
Yeah. Well, that's the kick down too, so any chance of winning the round's disappeared.
Well, the thing is, Vodafone Warriors still have money, right? So they are good for the next round.
Definitely just looking to stop the economy building on Elemental's side.
Well, another one goes the way of Elemental. I say another one. It's there is second on the T side. So.
Do you reckon that was a missed smoke at short, or would you reckon there was actually like a tactical element to it?
If that's where you intended your smoke to actually go, I would have thought that you'd need a window smoke as well, because it seems like to me you're trying to push con, right? You're going for some sort of A split with that smoke, or that set of smokes.
I mean, the only thing I can see that maybe works for that, is...
Or like a very fast short play where you're going to pop yourselves through the smoke, but you still need a window smoke.
It just leaves it too far open to connect to, that's all.
Yeah. This round is not very good, though, for the Warriors, though, Jim. It's just Reaps to find one, and now it's Isaiah Caught in the middle of the open of the A site, down to 22 HP. And down through the smoke. So a quick one, done and dusted. Warriors straight back at it.
Great adjustment, though, from Warriors themselves. You know, just fighting fire with fire, getting aggressive in mid. Good for the 2 picks, you know, underpass and top mid early on. And, I mean, that just forces the A pincer into to action. And straight up that, it's just predictable, right? Like, you've got players alive to make things so much easier for yourself if you're Warriors. But
yeah,
what Elemental go into here? They've just got pistols and might even be... Like they were posturing for like some sort of mid bust, but they just didn't have anybody there. That's a great opener though. Talaj has actually had some cracking shots.
Yeah. See, it's like Talaj is fierce like fire for Elemental, but it feels like there's just, as a whole, they're like wavy like water, you know?
Okay. I can roll with this. A little bit more fluid in their play.
Yeah. It's an opening pick, though, for Elemental. They are going over towards the small side at the moment. If they can find Kyson, who's jump spotting, that would be a very big pick for them to get in toward the site. Maybe even a Prodigy. Out comes the hit toward the site. Prod's looking the wrong way. Kyson needs to go above and beyond to be able to hold down the fort right now, and he is only going to be good for one. So these pistols may get the job done just yet. They can steal away a couple of these guns. Reese has one. No armor behind it. However, they're just going to swing together. Right idea, it's the right choice. It worked out. Now Drox has another 1 versus 3 that he has to pull back in towards the Vodafone Warriors. Favor, not going to happen. Reap swings on him. Elemental, yeah, not wavy like water. Fierce like fire. That's the way.
Maybe they need to be a little bit more grounded, like Earth. If you're going to go the whole, like, Elemental
Yep.
spiel.
They got the win back in their sails.
Very true. But did they play with heart? I'm going the Captain Planet Elemental, by the way.
Is that before my time, or is that, like...
Likely is way before your time. Like, I think my Steam account is way before people's time. It turned 19.
Well, this is where Vodafone find themselves in with the weird purchase. AWP for Robson, and then it trickles down heavily so to MP9s and Deagles. Calamari with a 5-7.
Re-smoke on the window. Just going to try and get that boost up through as well. So,
ooh, Drox is going to be playing with the smoke. The light. So he knows that Talaj has crossed. Please tell me he knows that light thing.
I don't think he does. Yeah, I think he does, but he doesn't know where he's gone.
Pinocchio. There we go. I was going to say, for those that don't know, if there's a smoke in mid-window and you're the CT playing there, look at the light. As soon as it dims, you know your T has just crossed you.
Silhouetted.
That's the one.
It doesn't turn off at any point. So if it goes out, there's someone in there.
Yeah. Now this is ambitious from Talon, pushing right towards the A main smoke. It's been unfortunate that Cheese was going to clean his clock, and now with the rest of his team kind of falling around the A side, makes it a little bit more difficult to get back in towards this round. Though Prod, we'll see what he can do. Already finding one with an upgrade. A second would be brilliant for him.
Oh,
Kaiser's just come out of nowhere. Where was he? I've missed him. He's in CT and he's just found 2. Now Reaps is known. Bomb is down, so he's got that element for him. But Kyson finds another one, and it's back toward the Warriors.
He's an absolute demon with the MP9.
He's a menace. I would not want to go against that.
No, look. I don't know how he picks up 2 there, right? Like, he's picked up the cover and the bomb planter as well.
Yeah. It's the right order to do it, though.
Absolutely. Like, I just don't see an MP9 shredding through people that quickly.
Yeah.
But the rate of fire, I guess, makes it believable.
Yeah, that's true. Also helps that they aren't halfway across the map.
Yeah. Although they are in the middle of the site when you're on ticket, so that's sort of, you know, it's a sizable distance, but going into this round, all the eggs are in this A basket here for Elemental. Straight into the A exec.
Yep. Just need to make sure that those eggs aren't rotten before they get in already.
Otherwise, they'll be executed.
Vodafone Warriors looking to crack some of them. when they do waltz in towards the site. Here come down the smokes. The flashes to follow in. Obson blinded. Not going to be shooting too early. Grox maybe caught the ladder there. I didn't quite catch that one, but Chief certainly did with open arms. Calamari missing a bunch of these shots, and they're just going to be absolutely forced out of the site into water retake. CT, actually. Chief will get eventually traded by Kyson. Again, you got to be very preparing for him to be able to run at you. Some extra damage is delivered. No frag, and now it's Talaj finding Prodigy. It all follows in pursuit for Elemental to achieve double digits.
Yeah, they've been able to really put the city economy on a rocker here too. So, bit of a backward step for both Prodigy and Drox. They will find things difficult. So, just a pistol buy coming in here, though. They are going to go for it. They know they're probably going to be double eco, so might as well just drain the tanks, get everybody back on the same page, except for Obson, of course. They want him on that AWP.
This is the way that a round of pistols should be going. Pistols not finding anything, the rifle's finding them. A very clean one. It's been a night of bamboozling on Counter-Strike, that is for certain.
Hoozling and bamboozling.
Oh, Hobson has so many targets. You'll find one. All right, justified.
Yeah, Kyson, though, different postcode. Not
Yeah.
going to find anything sitting on the balcony of Palace.
Well, he's got armor and he's got a kit. So, and a flash. It's not the worst save to just use this in the next round.
Absolutely not. But, yeah, just so far away from the action. You know, I also don't think anybody really from Elemental is going to try and push the issue to try and go and get anything out of his hands. It's not worth it. You know, even taking this into the next round is not super threatening. But Elementals seem to have steadied the ship a little bit, which is good for them because they were looking like they were struggling a lot. And again, just looking to build up that confidence and some momentum here.
Well, it's still the time for Warriors to take a knee before they get the guns back in towards their hands. Robson's money. Going to be seeing an AWP for him, of course, in the round next. But that's where Elemental, you know, we get to the tail end of this half and we're really starting to see what their rigidity does look like. They are going to be able to just close it on this comeback, put us into map 3, or if Warriors are just going to let them slip a little closer and then take it away from them.
P250's just like picked reaps out of nowhere.
Well, finds another one. It'll be very large from Obson, but now he's been taken out. And I believe the CTs are just going for the mid hunt because old mate Rory was here. Yeah, you could find that isolated frag and then steal away an AK, but unfortunately he has got his runners on and they are tied up, not crossed.
Well, he's more of a racing car, to be honest.
Yeah, that one's true. I've failed at the puns, Jim.
So I didn't quite hit the apex of the joke. All good though, because now Elemental just getting closer to their opposition. Gun round coming out though from Warriors, so they really want to prevent Elemental drawing back level because that will bring with it a lot of confidence for this young side. And as we've seen before, these series between these two teams have been quite close. They've, you know, it was a reverse sweep last time for Warriors, but Mirage was, again, a really, really close affair. So Chief beats out the AWP.
Well, now they know where it is. But will they be expecting Prodigy to already be in unders? Oh, Chief is going to be the one to potentially find him. It's all down to timing, isn't it? Prodigy shooting. Oh, discipline there. Potentially could have found a frag. Going at it again with a good flash.
Chief's just not even been spotting it the entire time, though, so...
He's stuck now. That's the problem.
Oh, Prodigy gets out. So they're doing their best to try and, you know, isolate Prodigy, which they eventually do. So now they can breathe a little bit easier, but that's actually allowed the A site to be breached in the meantime.
Yeah, Drox needs to be real careful here as Callum Murray gets dislodged. It's all on Obson to find another thing. Can't really assist his teammate here. He does have a flash, but Talaj, this is very ambitious for him, waltzing through this smoke. If he keeps on going, he might be able to find some good timing towards the CT flank and bring this round back for Elemental.
Well, that's not good, though. Drox found out a ticket, so the watchful eye of Isaiah does get taken down. So that's the bomb. And now Talaj, well, his position's a little bit more awkward.
Oh, that's beautiful teamwork to come on through. Some nice positioning from Kyson. Obson on the right line as well, knowing that they couldn't escape from next to A main. That is not the nail in the coffin, Jim, I don't think, for Elemental just yet. But if this round does get dropped by them, then maybe it is.
Yeah, they could be on a pretty like lackluster buy, potentially trying to defend match point if they don't win this round. But it's actually Vodafone Warriors that take the tactical pause because they don't want to make any errors here. They're in the box seat. Their money's not fantastic. I mean, you look at it, they pretty much drained it just trying to get them, you know, the utility refreshed and get those weapons across the board. As it is already, you got Kyson and Drox on.
Callum still needs to buy armor. There we go.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I was
going to say,
is armor not the first thing you buy before util?
I usually go with my primary, to be honest. But yeah, primary armor utility.
Fair enough. I always get armor first if I'm thinking. Then again, you know, I'm generally the person that uses the time to think about what I'm going to buy completely and do the math so I don't fumble. But we'll see what these guys are going to be able to do in the round. A bit of a slower one for Elemental startings, progressing Talaj up through the apps. We haven't really seen a deployment like this for the Warriors just yet. Kyson playing up on top of the balcony and Prodigy down on the floor. They've generally been seeing Kyson jump spot. They're actually going to be stacking Obson over toward the site now as well, Jim. So a big B hold for Warriors.
Yeah. Chief here just using that smoke to get up. Sometimes you see players try and play around the edge of that smoke, around the palace side of things, get a line onto ticket, but gets checked more often than not. That's a big push going the wrong way because now it's left B open.
I can't help but feel like that was Kyson getting a bit too big for his boots, unfortunately. Now it's all on a Prodigy. Good for the first one and the second one. He can go nuclear here. He just needs to find at least one or more these players. And it should be the round done and dusted. Prod's on one. He gets taken out. He found Isaiah, though. How has he managed to do that one? It's disgusting. It's filthy. It's 15 for Warriors. That's
a prodigal performance from Prodigy. Just playing around that smoke, right? Like, gets the first two. Excellent work from him. But then the reposition coming through the smoke and just, I swear he was kissing, like, with one of the Elemental players there in the smoke. Gets interrupted, and they find themselves a match point. And this is, as we were saying, like that pretty sketchy buy coming out now from Elemental. Two players on Mach 10. And Molotov's actually halted any progression in towards A, but I don't know here. It's a bit of a weird split because they're playing contact on A ramp, and they've still got to play it deep in spawn. Yeah, it's a bit of a risky one. They're really hoping the Chief can do something over at the B side. He's kissing him. My God, don't you realize that? You're not... Okay, never mind. This game is done, Jim. I can't help but feel it. It's all on Isaiah to do something. 16-12. There you do have it. Vodafone Warriors, your victors here. And Elemental, when you think that maybe that comeback is going to start to happen, just a couple of pieces of that puzzle do be found for the Warriors, and the job gets done. Yeah, it was, I guess, a very different performance from what we're seeing from these two teams in, you know, the most recent clash that they had. But definitely felt as though Vodafone Warriors were the team that went away and learnt a lot from, like, their last matchup. It was, I dare say, you know, a case of Warriors here not really, you know, straying too far away from their own game plan. Obviously, this was actually a pretty similar scoreline to the last encounter between these two teams on this map. So, again, very similar performance there. Same individuals that were, you know, at large as well. So, Obson was definitely starting to wake up a little bit as that match went on. He did get factored out a little bit in the early phases. It was Isaiah that was really starting to get himself involved in a lot of the play, but as the match progressed, as Warriors started to work out, Elemental just felt as though Elemental didn't really have those extra gears in their gearbox to go through when it came to, push came to shove.
Yeah, I almost feel like they need a quick change gearbox in that momento there, but it is what it is, right? Vodafone Warriors, they're the better team on the day to win 2-0. I gotta say their Dust 2 was pretty masterful. Coming over to Mirage, a bit more things that they need to be working on, but they get the series done with no OTs like our first series. Pretty clean one. They're not out of the bracket, of course. They've got another match to play, which will technically be a qualification match. So why don't we go ahead and look at what things are shaping up like in the bracket at the moment. So Vertex and Nutty, Antic and DGG are going to be still in that top bracket, of course, and with Yellow and Vodafone Warriors moving up in the lower stage, it does have the bracket flip, so the loser of those top games are going to go down to the bottom with the flip. So the Vertex Nutty game will go to play the Warriors, and the Antic DGG will play Team Yellow. But that's not going to be until later on after that, because, Jim, the next time that we see these matches are going to be on the 11th of October, and it is going to be those upper games.
Yeah, look, I'm looking forward to those. For these two teams that, went through to stage 3 today, it doesn't get any easier for them. You look at the opposition and the quality of opposition that are in the top of that bracket still, they're very tough matches. So these guys are going to have to go away and they're going to have to step up their performance another level in preparation for next week.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And folks, that is where we look to shut things down for the night. I do want to say thank you to you guys for watching. And of course, shout outs to our sponsors, Rocat, Biocode Lab as well. You guys, there's big things coming around. So make sure you do check that one. But for the teams that are still in this tourney, as Jim said, it doesn't get easier from here. For us, though, it does, because I've got to go jump into bed. So we'll see you guys next time.